bodies, and then probably expelling a lot of upset dwarves, and kind of giving the fortress a bit of a soft reset. And as far as hell goes, it's been pretty smooth sailing so far, like chipping away at the gem spires, but we've got quite a bit of depth to go before we actually get down to hell. We've taken out quite a few of the, quite a few angels, quite a few various other creatures, but we just need to get to adamantine and keep chipping away. So let's dive in, shall we? I'm just going to start up my behind-the-scenes recording, and then I will start babbling. As a reminder to everybody, this channel is crowdfunded, so if you're watching the stream with a hat next to your name, thank you for allowing me to do this for a living. I don't do any sponsored segments, so this stream is funded by people like you watching. This is your, I don't know, quarterly hour reminder. If you happen to have a Prime subscription, think about me when that Prime sub is up. Also, externally, I have a blog where if you subscribe for a couple bucks a month, it's just like Patreon, except I get all of the money instead of Patreon trying to convince me constantly to take significantly less of it. And then withholding new features behind them taking more of the money. That's just a thing that happens sometimes, Arhoel. Arhoel in YouTube chat says... I've had a few embarks where a cavern floor will have no moss whatsoever. Yeah, that just happens. That's just low... It's like low water. Like, low moistness, probably. Knowing Dwarf Fortress. Athros, thanks for the 49th month. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Resubscribe on Twitch until December. I mean, if you're subscribed in advance, you still get the monthlies. Forgot you had a Prime? Congrats on remembering. Now you have a hat. It's a classy sombrero. Perfect for the season. Dwarves will always be able to dodge through fortifications. Like, no matter how much you change their behaviors, they will still sometimes probably do that. Also, hey, Mooncat, what's up? Dreaded what? The dreaded not mossy floor? Real Gamer Cal, thanks for the 18th month. Welcome back. Year and a half. It's a long damn time. Guys, tomorrow's a big day. Tarn's going to be on the stream. If you go to the Discord or the YouTube channel in the community section, there's a link to a Google form where you can send in a question for Tarn. I will be going through the questions tonight and formatting them up so that when Tarn joins, I will have questions to ask him. I also have a bunch of my own that I've written on my own time, but you'll be able to catch the video probably the following day. I'm probably just going to sit here all evening and edit it. Basically just put questions on screen and make it look nice. But, so I will say you won't be missing anything, but it's quite literally going to happen 24 hours from right now. So 24 hours from right now, that will be starting. So if you haven't sent in a question yet and you have one, you have the remainder of today to send one in. SKULLPONDERS. Let's take a look, shall we? I also have to say a real quick reminder to those of you on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the stream because it does tell YouTube to send people to the stream. And thank you very much to the 125 of you watching here on Twitch. Appreciate you guys. I'm just trying to move a window around. Also, that's almost a hype train. If somebody else has a resub, could possibly start one. All right, there we go. Got my windows all sorted out here. Today is kind of my Monday, so it's like, gotta de-rust a wee bit. All right, so we had kind of like the worst series of events happen yesterday. We got a Siege, a Forgotten Beast, and a Titan at, or not a Titan, and a Bronze Colossus at like the same time. I was able to kill the Bronze Colossus, and then we went back to work as we were, and then this happened. So a lot of dwarves have died. The good news is we still have 160 dwarves, so let's see who's still dwarfing. We've got the Queen, we've got Hippo, we've got Henyak, we've got Laya, we got Phantom, got Simtexagon. We've got Cricket. Jeff.
To it Devildon for my sub gift. Thank you, Crypt Beer.
Penny, and thanks for the 78th month. Appreciate you. We're still running those resubs. Killed with Style the Vampire's still here, for some reason. Gut Vile's still here. Love Monkey's still here, who killed Hate Monkey. We've got Triple A, the other vampire. We've got Dr. House. We've got Serena G. We've got Phazon. We've got Merlin Buff, Bastet, Orc with Bow. We've got Cilantro, Arcloid, Wood Eye, Neezer, Wormshot, Arx, and Dumb, Warthog, Badger Demon, who killed a Badger Demon, surprise, Zvari HC, Freeways, Wolf, Stormpup, Romanoid, and Drew. I'm gonna grab all of these and turn them all off. As you can see, we have lost quite a few soldiers just skimming through this. I mean, some of the top squads, not so much because they're quite skilled, but we did lose quite a lot of soldiers. So I need to repopulate my squads. We need to clean all of this shit up. And we need to get back in line, more or less. I also really need this dwarf to not be the lead of the military, because you are now my mayor. Freeways, you can run this squad, because you are a swords dwarf. And thank you very much for the little hype train chat. Currently, it needs, 2,000 bits, which is $20 in bits, or 4 subscriptions to level up, which is going into the NAS fund. You knew your dwarf perished? Yeah. Just on the recent death list, we've got Grumpy Old Man, we've got Zalvi, we've got Brian, and that's just the recently dead. The actual list is quite a bit longer. So, the other thing I need to do is I need to see how many invaders are still on the map, and where are they? Most of them appear to all be outside. We've got a Goblin General right here, who I'm actually going to send a kill order on. Although, actually, is that my general? Oh, yeah, no, that's a friendly general, so cancel that. Don't kill the general. Do kill this guy, though. Do kill that guy. Maybe don't kill the general, but do kill that guy. The general friendly. It seems. Yeah, so this fortress is a mess, and it's gonna take some cleaning, but we're gonna do our damnedest to clean it up. Let's see if we can save this guy, possibly. More people are going to show up dead before less show up dead, most likely. We're also going to hear that music for quite some time. Quite some time. But, hopefully... Why did you jump down here, Goblin? I guess you just ripped off his nose? This Goblin just jumped down here and ripped this guy's nose off. He's just punching him. He scratched his nose off. Hoi. That's grim. All these dwarves are running off to go pick up equipment. Front door is open, so they should be going to go kill this goblin, although there is also this beak dog here. Which, let's just send these guys out here. After they all go grab bolts. Which is what they're doing first. We've also got a clother that's been found dead. The other thing I need to do here is I need to check my hospital. Of course. Don't have a chief medical dwarf currently. Merlin Buff, you are now my chief medical dwarf, who is my scholar. Okay, so now I have a functioning hospital once again. Thank you very much for the hype train chat. I do need a doctor. I'm just going to give to Merlin Buff. And I need a bone doctor.
Cheers, blind crypt beer.
Yeah, it should be fun. Zombie, how you been, dude? Hope things are good. Or as good as they can be. It's good times for dwarfs, for certain. So yeah, this is the current priority, is get the hospital running and keep the hospital running. And try and get the few remaining invaders removed from existence because they need disappearing. They need disappearing, and that guy needs dying. Really bad. And then I need to also see how many tombs I have. How many tombs do I have? Am I out of coffins? Is that the current problem? I'm probably out of coffins, right? Yeah, I guess I'm out of coffins. Okay, well. Oof. Let's do this. Actually, let's go here. And pause a shit ton of work. The best news out of all of this situation is that the dwarves are going to actually have gear that we can melt down and turn into new gear, because most of the sieges that we've had up until this point have mostly been equipped with leather and not like metal. So this is actually going to give us a head start for where we need to be. So I think like the first hour or so of this stream today is going to be cleaning. Then I'll probably build a mist generator. And then after that, we will work towards actually getting things moving. Today is, right? Time is right, all good. I mean, Lucky Soft, I hope you're doing well. As well as you can be. And let's just take a real quick peek. These, they all seem to just be leaving. Okay, well that goblin down there is dead, which is what we needed. So I can turn all these squads off. Let these dwarves come inside and start working. Got lots of wound dressing on. I really need to, like, properly respecialize this fortress as well. A 3-week stint at a summer camp. Oh, really? Was this something you were participating at or volunteering at? Or, like, working at, I guess. We've got a Baron Consort out there. And then the last thing I need to do is rock coffin. Just queuing up 100 of them. Queuing up 100 of them. I'm glad, Cricket. Cricket in the YouTube chat says that my mist generator tutorial was a game changer. Just do note that it's not something that's ever going to be 100% necessary, the mist generator. It's just something that's very useful. Like, it's a sometimes necessity band-aid, if you will, to fix bad situations, but it's not something that you're going to need all of the time. But when you need it, it's very useful. Like, very useful. Just making sure that all of these dwarves get their gear equipped. And I need to make a lot more bolts. Working as an instructor, it's annual and you find it very refreshing. Oh, that's good. Sounds fun. Wolfist Wolf, you're the mayor now. If you didn't know. Do I even have a manager? I do. Yeah, you are the mayor because the previous mayor died unexpectedly due to stabbing in the forehead. Rather tough way to go, if you ask me, but you now have that. And Vicona, hello. Thank you very much for that brand new Prime sub. Appreciate you. I have flushed an ocean into hell. The weird cloudy pools in hell basically just unexist the all of the stuff that you put in there, basically. So if you try and flush an ocean into hell, it doesn't really have a measured effect on anything. The good news is there isn't that many dwarves remaining in hospital. We got lots of dwarves dressing wounds. Still got diagnosing going on. No setting of bones, though. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Vicona for that Prime sub? And tomorrow we're going to have some new emotes coming, by the way. They're, like, almost done from what I can tell. Glad to help, Vicona. Spent 100 in the summer sale and you're still coming back to DF? Well, cheers. I hope that the funds spent in the summer sale were worth it. Got Trent Reznor getting put away. We got coffins getting built. We're making them out of Gabbro because it's like the most well-distributed, accessible stone type that I have. And I'm going to begin probably just distributing coffins, kind of. Not everywhere, but I'm wondering, can I make... I can definitely put tombs up top here, can't I? Oh, must be inside. Tisk. Oh, well. Oh, well. In that case, I was thinking maybe I could throw them in there because they'd be a little closer, but let's just go down here. I've already filled that up pretty heavily. Because that goes down to there. Yeah, we can start filling in back here. Once they're available, we'll start filling them in here. Because they can go over here and there. I'm also going to turn off Infort. Allow the dwarves to stretch their legs a little bit and go to wherever they need to go. Have you tried turning the quality down a bit, Tweaky? Because all of my connections to Twitch's servers are, like, not the issue here. Welcome back, Bastet. Last year, Putnam fixed poisons, which was, I want to say last summer sometime, so it's been a while. Yeah, it was quite some time ago that poisons got fixed. But it's something that they've been at for a bit of time now. 'Tis indeed something that they've been at for a bit of time now. I've also got a bunch of slabs I need to place, so I'm going to actually do that. I need to check in on the hospital again. Still 2 dwarves left in the hospital. One of them being my bone doctor. Who's just got a mangled hip. That's not too bad. Just needs diagnosis and a crutch. Just checking the status of stuff in the hospital. Thankfully, we still have soap, which is good. We still have buckets. Still have powder. We don't have any powder for casts, but that's fine. We got everything else we need. It's good to see that the hospital is still solidly filled and prepped. Just got an overlapping fracture. Owie. It's unpleasant. Overlapping fracture. And I'm presuming we've made some of those coffins. They're just going away because I queued up 100. We've made 2. That's going to take a while. But the good news is they now have access to a lot more construction materials. So 3, actually. There's got to be some put body in tomb tasks. There's one. Stinthad is putting one dwarf into a tomb. And it begins. But yeah, no. In the last year, poisons got fixed, so things like Deadly Dust got more potent. Basically, what, like, I think it was the last update that I spoke with Putnam. You could go back and listen to it. I'd have to go check. But essentially what happened was poisons weren't activating the way they're supposed to, so there was a much lower likelihood that poisons would actually have their full level of deadliness. Whereas now that has been remedied, so essentially you're getting much higher chance of deadly results on poisons. Which, you know, is kind of scary. When do we get Dwarven gas masks? You'd have to ask Tar on that one. You'd have to ask Tar on that one. Probably alongside of the Fallout update. Oh, great. My blood sugar's low. I'm gonna give you guys a dwarf who is... No, nobody's taking stuff to tombs. Let's just follow somebody who is storing owned items, and I will be right back. Does bee venom do anything? No. So vendors bring random liquids, which is why sometimes you'll see bee venom or spider venom and other things. You could coat a weapon with it in adventure mode, but it's not the most effective strat. So do they do anything? Not really. It's not, if somebody's asking that question, UGDPY, it's not worth explaining it. It's not worth coding stuff with it. Don't bother. Don't even look into it. Can you? With shenanigans, is it worth it? No. Like, if you're gonna say that, UGDPY, add in the asterisk of, but it's probably not worth the effort. Because otherwise you're gonna send somebody down a rabbit hole that's just not worth it. Especially if it's already in a barrel. All right. That's what I'm looking for. It's the solution to finish praying? They're not stuck praying forever, most likely. The solution is have more dwarves so that you don't need to worry about the ones that are praying. Was not worth it. Yeah. That's okay. I've already asterisked it for you. I feel like if you're going to do that with a Forgotten Beast dust or something, like you're more likely to just reinfect your own dwarves. Because, like Venom needs to pierce the skin for it to be a threat, whereas, like, dust just needs to touch the skin. Let's just pause all these. Keep the coffin tasks running. Pause all those. Pause all these. Pause that. You're playing with the lizard people mod? How's that working for you, Chains? Any noticeable difference between them and dwarves? Yeah, that's the other issue, is like in adventure mode, a lot of the poisons don't kick in for like 12 hours. So like, it's not super effective unless you're trying to RP a really slow, like, assassination or something. Well, I mean, what are the differences? Generally, when I play as when I've played as non-dwarves in the past, I find they're just dwarves that don't need alcohol. They don't need beer. Okay, well, like, it's just dwarves, but like sans one mechanic then. That's unfortunate. You're not finding it? Should be pretty easy to find. Can I quote you on that, bootlegger? The irony of telling you to get more dwarves when they're praying to a fertility... They're trying, okay? Hold on. I'll be right back. If you honestly feel that they're praying too much, just delete the temple. Paralysis poison is the worst. I mean, like, cheating resources into existence isn't really a solution to something generally. This is going to take a while, isn't it? So we went from like 230 dwarves down to 150. So that's like, what, 60 dwarves dead? That's a lot. It's a lot. Oh, like well, I mean, there is the migrants now task, which is kind of what I thought that you were referring to. One of the worst poisons I ever had was probably the... One of the worst poisons I ever had was the... I have low blood sugar and my brain is currently not working, which is my current poison that I'm dealing with. The period of time where I had a... I think it was sunbursts, which was just they touch it and they immediately start to bleed out. And the poison spread by... piles of snow, because frozen poison piles spread each time a dwarf touches it and moves it to the next snow tile. So I basically had to like quarantine and isolate whole chunks of the fortress that got filled up with it, because if a dwarf touched it, they just immediately bled to death, and like periodic, like every like 90 minutes or so, like a third of the fort would just randomly die due to bleeding out. It was awful. You have paralysis poison on... Oh, you mean like analysis paralysis poison, Necron? Sorry, I've actually got pretty damn low blood sugar right now. I just ate a banana and then took a bunch of dextrose, and now I'm just staring at it and going, please fix yourself. If you ever have the option in your life, don't take the option that gives you type 1 diabetes. It sucks. That was rough. Yeah, speaking of rough, I just spent too much money on a NAS. How's your day going, Elfie? You have your own personal goals, trying to get the Mellow as happy as possible. Here's the thing. I find that if you overdo the temples, the dwarves go through the praying process and then go, oh, look, a new temple, and then go to the next temple and then and then complete the praying process and go, oh, look, a new temple. There is a thing as like too much religion in Dwarford. It's just like, if they have too many options, they will take all of the options, which can be good, but can also lead to, you know, them never actually completing all of their options, I guess. You need a crutch. Do we have a crutch? Wait. This is assigned as... I'm just gonna get rid of this, because I have a suspicion. See if that fixes it. Yeah, I got the Ugreen one. The one with the 10 gigabyte, or 10 gig, I don't know. Sorry, brain isn't working. Here, I got this one. I'll just copy paste the link. Because currently I can't explain. Low blood sugar lowers my brain capacity. Also that, Spagless, getting cursed by all the gods. I mean, we've been cursed several times by several gods in this fort already, so... That's why I have 2 vampires running around. It was so dumb too. You misclicked DF hack option called Hermit. Ah, yeah, that'd do it. I was bug solved by unchecking DF hack option. Not the first time it's happened, won't be the last. I'm glad you found the problem though. Played like this for like 2 weeks now. Well, I'm glad it wasn't a bug. I'm happy you figured it out, mate. They only curse you if you destroy something. Like if they'll only curse the dwarves if they tantrum in the temple and destroy something in the temple. Whew. Wait, you can get cursed by the gods? So hold on. I've got 2 vampires in my fort. Because they tantrumed and destroyed something in a temple. I don't know, do they have a memory? They probably do. Anyway, this dwarf got cursed by a god after destroying something in a temple, which turned them into a vampire. Same with this one. If they destroy a piece of furniture in a temple, they can get cursed by a god, which can turn them into either a were creature or a vampire. Can a ghost topple stuff? Yes, but I've never seen them get cursed. Hammerface is getting placed in a tomb, which really bums me out because that was a good dwarf. Very happy soldier. So if I go here, got 3 dwarves set to rest. I've got all these clothing jobs I can get rid of. But you're gonna place that. Got coffins now getting placed. Your fort was on a tundra. You managed to get dual mode lava water pump to the surface to make a fancy outdoor garden, but nothing grows there. Yeah, because you're in a tundra. Nothing grows in a tundra. So when you're embarking, it'll sometimes say things like in the fertility setting, it'll tell you what can grow there. It's like some things grow there, nothing grows there, zero vegetation. If it says like no vegetation, nothing you do to the surface will make something grow there. The climate is just too inhospitable, so you have to grow underground. It's the worst when happy soldiers die. Yeah, I've lost a couple of those, but thankfully I still have a large portion of my Marks dwarves that are still alive. I do hope that this dwarf is able to fix or no longer use a crutch so that they can go back to wielding their crossbow. Although I may have to remove you. May have to remove you. I'm just gonna remove you. Yeah, no, there is no terraforming in Dwarf Fortress if, like, the surface is fucked. You found Killer Spud in YouTube chat. I found a way to double your FPS. Just pause the stream for a bit, and then when you come back, set it to 2 times. Simple life hack. Yeah, for you? Not for me. Allows unique scenarios to happen. Starting from year 0 makes the game more interesting in some ways. It also makes it way less interesting in other ways. You need to remember that starting from year 0 means that a lot of things will just never happen. You will probably never have any source of necromancy unless you go out of your way to do it yourself in adventure mode. But necromancer towers will never exist. Necromancer creatures will never exist. You will have way less things like vampires. You'll have way more of other things, but you'll also have way less populated civilizations, which means, like, if you start getting attacked by goblins, they will go away a lot faster. So does it lead to unique scenarios to happen? Certainly. Does it make the game way more interesting in some ways? Probably. Does it make it way less interesting in other ways? Absolutely. I personally find that year 1 or year 5 or year 0 forts generally aren't worth it. I find them to be significantly less interesting as a whole. Why are they standing on the tables? Ask them. I don't know. They do that. I have zero fucking clue. Neither. You'd have to tell me who your partner is. You're still alive, your partner's still alive, and your daughter is dead. All right. Sorry, but it's hard to keep track of everybody. Turns out. Also, what Deep Sea Fishin said. Yeah, no, they're just simply dancing on the tables. Yay, my blood sugar's going up again. What did hell ever do to me? It existed. Obstacles must be toppled. That's what obstacles are for, right? And dwarves must dig deeply, and hell's in between me and deeply. Damn it. There goes Zalvi. Your average fort has entire grave floors. I mean, that's what this floor is becoming. Pretty rapidly, actually. You usually become a mass grave before you can finish it. I always try to make cool tombs and then very quickly realize that I should just not, and then I don't. Will ghosts come back? 100% yes, and they will be vengeful hunts if you destroy... Like, if a ghost is memorialized and you destroy that memorial, it's like basically profaning the memorial, and they'll come back and kill your dwarves. If you want to see that happening, just watch my video on ghosts. Because, like... Oh, yeah. No, 100%. Look at all these tombs. Like, destroying a built tomb is maybe one of the worst things you could do. Yeah, I mean, I still look forward to the day that Tarn gives us that supposed mass grave designation that he used, which is like a variant of the, like, multi-tomb, except only on the coffins. Just need to get these bodies out of here, so let's just expand this sucker. Let's just expand this sucker. Because here comes all of the store items and stockpile tasks. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a mist generator. Although I can't do it above ground because, well, turns out it's kind of cold. And so it'll freeze, which will turn into a death generator for certain times of the year. Got an ad break running, but we're just disposing of stuff, so... I think you have a Reddit post of one of your graves posts somewhere. Well, I'm sure you just have to go back in history. Yay, my blood sugar is no longer low. Hallelujah. Took a banana and a teaspoon of brown sugar. You can run out of graveyard space in 100 years? I ran a fort for 470 years and still had like 80% of my space left. So, well, more than 80%, probably like 90% of my space left. So I don't know about 100 years. You'd need a very large population for that to run out in 100 years. I'm just going to pause the game for a moment and throw some more tombs in. But as a reminder that I started talking about earlier today, this is a crowdfunded stream, and I just bought a NAS. So currently... funding that you guys give me at this moment is going towards helping me pay for hard drives so that I can store footage for video projects. To give you an idea, this current fort has about 510 gigabytes worth of footage for it so far, and that number is probably going to go up quite a bit before it's done. I estimate this one fort will probably have about 700 gigs of footage. If you want to help me pay off that credit card bill, you know, I'm just going to start a super chat goal with an actual goal for once. And here on Twitch as well, I get 70% of all subs. And don't forget, if you happen to have a... how would I measure a digital video in feet? Also, I would measure it in meters. Come on. Also, the other thing that I'll say, Suited Draft, is I was watching a YouTube video the other day who mentioned something in inches and then very sarcastically said, and I will throw some metric version for my Canadian neighbors onto the screen, and he did it in kilometers, and it was like 0.0 something kilometers. It was like 4 centimeters, basically, was like the length of the thing. But he did it in kilometers on the screen, and then the highest rated comment was, this just shows the versatility of the metric system, because you showed it in a completely, in a quite frankly silly amount. I still knew exactly how many centimeters you were referring to, even though it was only on screen for one frame. Which is true, like my brain just auto-calculated it immediately. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, the boo is for Suited? Gotcha. I mean, I always presume it's for me, but... It's like, did I unintentionally make a pun again? I probably deserved it. So right now, most of the dwarves are just cleaning up corpses. Because as you can see, it's a bit of a mess out here. Just a bit. That's just all of Canada, because like half of everything that we end up with is in Imperial. So this fort doesn't have any metal on it that can be used for armor. So most of my dwarves up until this point, have been using leather and wood, and then just trying to stay at a safe distance. And now I'm keeping my melee soldiers in leather and wood because that's part of the fort challenge. My ranged soldiers, however, which is going to be the primary focus, are using metal armor. So they're going to be using whatever we can get out of this. And ideally, I want to get adamantine gear for my soldiers, which I will be trying to do. Because I haven't really shown it off on stream yet today, but I've drained the lava sea, more or less. Like, we have full access to the lava sea, and well, maybe about a third of it has been drained. So I just realized this was paused. Now it's not. And YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There's 48 of you and 100 of you watching. NAS. N-A-S. Jesus. Well, I bought the enclosure. I now need to buy hard drives. So I spent $700 Canadian this morning on an enclosure, and either tonight or tomorrow I'm going to order a bunch of drives from Memory Express. It just depends on how much money I'm willing to fork over. Probably another $600 on drives. I'm going to buy 2, and then around Black Friday I'll buy 2 more, because frankly I can't afford 4 right now. Max and Fed, thanks for the 20 pack. Holy shit. Jesus, man. It's literally just for video footage. Video footage and photos. Because each stream on average records about 30 to 35 gigabytes of footage. Are we talking about in Dwarf Fortress, Splagus? Or just like hypothetically? Wouldn't it be molasses? Also, did any of you guys see that little update that Tarn put out the other day? True, Mercury would be pretty chaotic. Because Tarn was talking about more dyes. He's adding dye mixing? Apparently? True, liquid oxygen's pretty chaotic. Liquid oxygen's explosive, isn't it? What I really want to know is, like, you love having more dumb ways to die. Yeah, but I didn't think that was going to come in, like, soon. Bad Lotus. I thought that was, like, a more further out thing. I didn't realize that was going to make its way in. Also, like, for some reason, my brain presumed that he was referring to, like, the color coding stuff where you can toggle it on and off for dyes, but I don't know. I didn't think that we'd see that in this series of updates. Dyes are something you always want to try but never do. You might actually. It highly depends on like what is changed, like what is added to dyes. Like if they are still operating as they have in the past, I don't know how much I'll use them. But like the question is like what's the purpose? Like is there a reason behind it? If there's an even remotely logical reason behind it, I'm kind of most of the way there. Sure, why not? That sounds fun. Correct, Jordan Langford. Like the stream. All the fun creatures from down below to be in color. Well, the fun creatures from down below are in color now if you generate a new world. I haven't generated a new world yet. I'm planning to do that after I'm finished with this fort. So after this fort is complete, I will generate a new world, and when I generate a new world, I will... Actually, hold on. Let me just check my... Such bodies. Much death. But yeah, when I generate a new world, I will have colored beasts. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think like right now it's because like we're finally into normal Dwarf Fortress development again, right? Because adventure mode is out, right? So I think I said this earlier in the year a little bit, but I'm totally happy if we just get monthly or bi-monthly small bug fix patches, and like because Tarn keeps referring to these routine patches, combined with like annually or semi-annually bigger content patches. I'm very happy if we end up in that as a new normal. Like, extremely happy. Rolf, thank you very much for the tier 2. Appreciate you greatly. Sure, dwarves crushing snails for purple? Yeah. Do they don't have a purple dye right now, do they? We have midnight blue, but purple would be blue and red, right? Most of them generated gray anyway. Oh, did you get any colored ones, though? Do you not have a crutch? Let's just make some wood crutches. Although you are still in traction too, so. Let's make some more coffins. Or place more coffins. But yeah, I will definitely be asking Tarn what the dyes, what options of dyes we have. Which don't blend additively, they do weird shit. Really? Okay, I presume they were the same as paint. Can you tell I know nothing about dyeing? Trying to decide where I should put a mist generator in this fort. It has to be pretty far down, though. There's tons of bearded dwarves. Dealer's choice. Okay. Happy dwarf with beard. Welcome to the club. Ice Blue has an incredibly calm demeanor and lives an orderly life, organized and neat. He has a strong tendency towards privacy, and it's hard to read while the background's moving. He is curious and eager to learn, and he can handle stress. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he doesn't often feel envious of others, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he enjoys the company of others. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has an active sense of humor. He often feels lustful, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Values good craftsmanship and values family. He likes cassiterite, lead, and clear garnet, as well as deer leather, ibex horn, the color dark tan, shields, crutches, and moose men for their broad antlers. And the sound of the cobalt of boulders and the sight of the diamond mines. And when possible, prefers to consume mountain goat and bayberry wine and maize flour. And absolutely hates cave spiders. He does have a son and a daughter. Is his son alive? His son is dead. Well, tragic, but you had a son and you have a wife. You're very happy, probably because you don't hear the baby crying anymore. And supposedly you have a second child. I don't know who they are or where they are. Oh, I see. That's your daughter. I presume that was your wife. Your daughter is alive and well. Anyway, Your daughter's 22, so probably showed up in this fort with you, actually. When did you arrive here? 1086? Yeah, probably. So your daughter grew up here. Welcome to the fort. Wait, what? What about beings walking themselves back to the vault they are assigned to? Also, something I would like to show off, because I haven't mentioned this at all today. I mentioned this in private sneakily to people, but I'm just going to show off two things. Two things that are on my merch store, but not public yet. So they're technically there, but I haven't put them up for sale yet. Now, they are these. Actually, let's just do this. Bah. So, I have bookmarks on my merch store now. Now, the reason they're not public yet is because, well, they're all one of a kind. So they're all one-off sketches that I've folded and turned into bookmarks. But I need a return address that I'm comfortable with giving out before I can make these public. So I need to go get a P.O. box. But I've got 16 of these packed and ready to go, pretty much. Combined with this, which is maybe me taking a note out of Zach and Tarn's old book, but if you want to help me pay for my silly art hobby, I do have a limited supply of these in the merch store, but if none of the ones that I've already drawn suit your fancy, for an extra $10, you can just get a custom one. Although do keep in mind, I don't really have a shipping date for any of these. So it's just the reason I haven't made them public yet is because I need to go get a P.O. box this weekend. But that's something that I'm going to be doing soon. Hello, Cooler. I haven't uploaded the new emotes yet, but I saw them come in. Is that like ink and graphite won't come off on the page? They're in little plastic sleeves that I bought. So it's nothing fancy, but no. I've been using one that I made. Here, actually, I can go get it. I've been using this one for, I don't know, 2 months now in my books, and I've had no issues with that. I will say it smudged a little bit on the inside, just from it moving around, but that's just kind of going to come with the territory to a degree, because it is just pencil graphite. Vaults are almost entirely a adventure mode feature. Like, even in adventure mode, they're hard to find. You have to, like, specifically seek them out and know how to find them. Planned obsolescence, SMH? I mean, they're pencil drawings, so $40 Renos for a original drawing from me. If I ever buy a printer scanner, I could make copies of them and sell them for significantly cheaper. I also have another way that you can get them, but I'm not going to talk about that just yet. Because I need to figure out the exact, like, how do I put this? I have to figure out the exact functionality of it or like way I'm gonna do it. But there will be another way to get them if you want. The last thing I'll say about them is they're not all 40 bucks. It highly depends on how long it took me to draw them. A lot of them are 30. Some of them might even be 20. But it depends on how long it took me to draw them. That, and I'm going to pay for shipping, because it's just easier. Should help the graphite stay in place. Yeah, no, I have that. Like, just a little spritz bottle to, like, seal the graphite. I've never done that with charcoal, although I've never really drawn with charcoal. I have some charcoal pencils, but I haven't messed with them much. But even that, all it really does is it just kind of, it's like a little wax coating. Charcoal is messy as heck? Correct, yes. So is graphite even. It's mostly a, like, okay, I'll basically state what I'm planning to do. On my blog, you can subscribe for a whole year, and I'm basically going to offer a one-time, I will send you a bookmark or a drawing if you subscribe for a year. But I need to figure out exactly how I'm going to get things like shipping addresses and how I'm going to word it. So I need to work on that a little bit. Still coming up with ideas. You never have the confidence to bust out the charcoal? Yeah. It's not, this isn't a bad thing, this is a good thing. My aunt and uncle came and visited this past weekend, so it's one of the reasons I didn't get much done this weekend. But while they were over, my aunt was an art major and, like, has art, like, I have a painting on my wall that my aunt painted. And, like, has art on display in, like, YVR Airport and stuff. So, like, she's an artist, like, capital A artist. She's just like, oh, all you have is black and white. Do you want color? I'm like, and I'm like, I don't want to buy color. And she's like, no, don't buy color. I'll bring you color. I'm like, oh God. So yeah, I'm going to have color soon, apparently. Which is fine. There's no actual problem there. I'm sure she just has extra stuff she needs to offload, but I think a funny way would be to stalk a freed angel back to a hidden vault. You still have to find a freed angel, though. How goes the Hell Invasion prep? I mean, pretty good. Here, while they're burying stuff and putting stuff away, let's go down to the underworld or the underground for a bit. This is the layer that I've been digging away at. This used to all be the magma sea. This right here with the smoldering gems underneath it is actually where we've been digging, excavating to get down to hell. It also, if you go up to here, it continues again up here as well, which I should also be chiseling away at. So I've got so many fucking diamonds right now, it's ridiculous. This isn't the worst thing I've had to stick out before. I've been through worse, I'll put it that way. And after staring at this for a little bit, I think I'm going to put a mist generator right here. Probably. The Forgotten Beast, Suton, has come. A gigantic skinless sauropod. It has a short trunk, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison bite. Where is it? This shouldn't have access to my fortress. Shouldn't, because of where it is. Mucus mine. Yeah, my whole, like, anybody who's watched my stream for a while will know that all of my hobbies are, like, intensely non-digital, because everything digital just feels like work. And if it feels like work, I don't really want to do it. Yeah, it's going pretty good. Do not look in the coffin room. What? Do not look in the coffin room. All of our dwarves have allergies. It's pretty bad. Let's just do that. The other thing I'm going to do is if I go down here, Just gonna make a bunch of extras of these just to get through these coffins quicker. I bought a mechanical pencil. A Staedtler mechanical pencil this past weekend. That was my art allowance purchase for the month. And it felt weird spending $20 on a pencil, but I think it was worth it. The thing's very nice. It's gonna be my notes-taking pencil from now on. Do not look in the coffin warehouse. You'll be coughing a lot. My militia captain has been possessed. I will have to follow that. Absolute bangers, man. Yeah, a lot of dwarves died. We got really bad siege, Kinjen, in YouTube chat. We are recovering from that, which is why I am building a lot of tombs. And this dwarf has claimed what they have been claiming mostly, which is the metalsmith's shop. Most of my squads are crossbows, yes. That was actually like the plan for this whole fort before the update came out, and then I just doubled down when the update came out. What's the plan for the circus? I would like to invade it with Mark's dwarves, primarily. Long tunnels and containment chambers and long distance Mark's dwarf bolts. I need to do some testing, but once I get these bodies cleaned up from all of the deaths, I plan to try my best to... What's the word I'm looking for here? I plan to try my best to... I'm just losing my brain. Where did it go? Come back, brain. I plan to start building long hallways and tunnels around a dome. Here, I'll just show you. It's probably easier to just show you and try and explain it. I'm building a wall around the fun tube, and I'm going to build a roof on top of it, and then I'm going to start building tunnels out of the side of it with the goal of basically being able to contain it, so that when I dig into it eventually and dig too deeply and greedily, we will have access to a sealed off segment, basically, is the plan. I'm also going to see if I can hit pawn this away. Get rid of this burning gem. Ballistas? Probably not. Most likely, and the reason I don't want to do any of that stuff, and I don't know why people keep asking, is I'm not going to touch that stuff until it's been remade. I have zero interest in it. Not until it's been remade. I want to do this with Mark's dwarves. Have I broken into the circus yet? No. Although the good news is, it turns out letting a lot of dwarves die seems to have helped the frame rate massively. So. Oh no, that's in the plans for the siege updates, Car. The difference between Mark's dwarves and siege equipment is I used Mark's dwarves before this change. They're just a lot more straightforward now. I didn't use and haven't, and I did use Mark's dwarves. I don't use siege equipment because it's so terrible. Your trio of mechanical pencils. I'm so sorry, Nimlark. You're never going to get me into refillable, pens. I know a lot of people that are very heavily into pens. I refuse. Mechanical pencils, though. Mechanical pencils. What makes siege equipment bad? The siege equipment is designed for when Dwarf Fortress was a two-dimensional game. So like the 2007, pre-2007 Dwarf Fortress era. It was also designed for an era when stress worked completely differently because civilians use siege equipment. And civilians will run away if they're closer than 30 tiles to a creature or if there isn't two walls separating them from the enemy creature. I don't like, and that's the whole sentence. Also, they friendly fire your dwarves. So one of the updates for the siege update that Tarn's working on is to rework siege equipment. I'll use it then. Like, they're not designed to work in a 3D game. Like, can you make them work? Certainly. But, like, you know how a lot of people would just, like, if you look at any of my comment sections on the last news video, half the people are saying, I never used Mark's Dwarves. Mark's Dwarves, the old ones, were easier to make very lethal and functional than it is to make siege equipment consistently lethal and functional. So all of you complaining about Mark's Dwarves over the last decade ain't got shit about me complaining on siege equipment. That's it. Here, I'll show you the mechanical pencil I bought. Just because the chat's talking about it. We can leave this up.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it.
This is my very graphited notebook, but this is the pencil I bought. This guy. I really like the little claw grip mechanical pencils. They're just fun. I had one of these years ago. That's a were-iguana. Behind me. Oi! Also, that's a terrible thing right now. Where is it? The were-iguana Toad Dostin Gospodu has come, a large iguana twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow red. Its sepia scales are set far apart. You will know why you fear the night. Where is it, though? Oh. Were-iguanas are cheetahs, or not cheetahs, coyotes for some reason, and I don't know why. Okay. I like game where I can listen to a video in the background. I mean, I have tens of thousands of hours in this game, so ask chat, not me. I'm about as biased to saying, yep, buy it, as you can get. Okay, so this is Moses the Clother, who is probably going to die here. There goes Moses. Honestly, the more distractions, the better. So when this creature pops through this, he's going to start getting filled up with bolts, which is now happening. There's my manager. Uh-oh. Did you get bit? Scratches. Attacks. I must withdraw. Got a Gelder over there. Bolts are flying past. Have you been bit? Looks like it. You got kicked. Hasn't been bit yet, just kicked. Just gonna presume both of them are dead. That's one. Bolts are still flying, which is doing a lot of damage. That's the copper bolts that are tearing its lungs. Well, it's basically stuck to the wall now, and then there goes the goblin. So many bolts, yep. Well, at least it did us the favor of killing all of the dwarves that it encountered. But I now need to assign a new manager and a new broker and bookkeeper. Which sucks, actually. Kind of really sucks. Let's go... Cricket. Broker can be Olan. And Olan can also be... Wait, is that the same Olan? No, it's two separate Olans. Okay, well, that's fine. Olan. Oh, no, bookkeeper, wrong. You go there. My dungeon master needs a thing, but that's fine. You want querns? Oh, right. Yeah, we're back into this. Yeah, it's a weird jackal sprite. I pointed out that issue earlier, that where iguanas are not... I thought they were coyotes, but they're not iguanas. And he's like, okay, I'll fix that on the next update. So I presume that'll be fixed sooner than later. Yeah, no, there's been a lot of were iguanas in this world, so that bug's been known for a bit. But yeah, when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, Dwarf Fortress is an extremely good value for money if you're willing to put the time in. It's just a matter of putting the time in to learn it, because it is a learning curve, right? It's not an easy game to learn. But if you're willing to put the time in to get past that learning curve, it's maybe the most worth it game I think I've ever played. There is a free version, but the barrier to entry there is going to be higher, because it is ASCII. So your barrier to entry there is going to be a bit higher. But if you're willing to go through the learning curve, it is very much doable. It's just going to be a lot. Hello, Mason Music. How you doing? I think Dwarf Fortress is still on sale. The summer sale's still going, right? Because if the summer sale's still going, it's still on sale. I'm doing all right. I spent too much money on a NAS this morning, so I'm begging for Prime subs to help chip away at the cost of the very expensive NAS enclosure that I bought this morning, and then I'm going to double that expense probably tonight on hard drives. But I got to put all of this Fortress footage somewhere for videos, so being able to use and edit off of a NAS is going to be very nice. Yeah, it's about 30 gigabytes of video per stream. What's the percentage off for the summer sale? My cart's attack? Because you say it's $23.99, but that's, I think, in Canadian dollars, so. Okay, so this should be all of the tombs done. There are a few more that dwarves are putting away, but. Okay, let's actually see how many. Okay, everybody's got a bedroom, which is good. It's 20% off? Okay, yeah, it's not the deepest sale that they'll do. They sometimes do 30%, but it's not like the game has like $100 in DLC that you need to buy, so. And also, yeah, new baby was born. Who were they born to? Estos. You were born to, your father died before you were born, but your mother's a milker. A very effective one, it seems. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to weapons. Because I've got a lot of stuff to melt. I'm basically just going to melt everything that can be melted within reason. These can all just get thrown out. I mean, I guess I could use them as weapon traps, but eh. Silver short swords. Iron warhammer. That I will leave. That I will leave. Those will all melt down. Okay, so let's go here. Let's unforbid stuff. And start melting metal objects again. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here and I'm going to go to ammunition. And basically everything that is an arrow is going to get melted or tossed. Although I guess I could just sell these, but... let's also go bow. Iron crossbow. These can all get melted. And then these can all get thrown out. Shogun, yes. Let's go bookkeeper. Who's mind creatures, which is a really good last name. He rarely feels strong cravings or urges. She is slow to anger and a friendly individual. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and she tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She tends to avoid crowds, and she does not easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she is conflicted by this since she values harmony as an intellectual concept. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She is quick to anger. She's quick to form negative views about things, and she bites her nails when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. And I need to look for power. She likes schist and bismuth and green tourmaline, as well as snail shell and boxes and large gems. Garden cress for their taste and the sound of the tressed lilac. Sorry if I've been a little slow on chat today. My brain's a puddle currently. Blood sugar's being weird. When blood sugar's weird, my brain's a puddle. She likes the sight of the diamond mines, and when possible, prefers to consume giant anaconda, perch, and perry, and absolutely hates lizards. She worships the god of minerals and gems. Correct, Zalvi. Your boyfriend is sick about hearing you talk about your fort. I'm not going to say it's time to get a new boyfriend, but like... maybe your boyfriend needs something to talk about to make you sick of. In YouTube chat, Cascade asks, I just had a 1-year-old weremammoth child attack your fort. It said that they were a former member of your fortress. You remembered expelling some dwarves 3 years prior, but no children were bit. You went into Legends, and that 1-year-old was actually born in 228 and was an adult, and they joined your fort and was expelled. Have you ever encountered this bug before? No, that's wild. That is something. Indeed. Yeah, I don't really have any additions to that. I don't really know what to say. that is something. Benjamin Button? Yeah, Benjamin Uriston? Maybe the child assumed an identity? That is possible. That's usually my default thing to jump to when I hear stories like that, but you never really know. You do never really know. All right, so this is just really close to power. If you guys start hearing construction, let me know. Because it's constant for me right now. Quite annoying. All right, let's just go down to here, plug this in, and deconstruct this. Risen from, your girlfriend is sick about hearing you talk about audio stuff. Risen her from her soundbar to the 2-channel, now 5.1. It's been a great ride. I mean, hey, you know, having been chronically single for a very long time now, all I really have to say is that, like, if your partner is sick of, like, actually, like, it's becoming a problem, sick of you talking about something that you're enjoying, they're not a great partner. That's all I have to say. However, if it's like they're not derogatory comedy, like sick of you talking about something, I mean, if they're benefiting from you learning a new hobby, like, is that really an issue? I don't know. What do I know? Not much, clearly. Well, then if it's glad you're happy, honey, that's not a sick of it. we have a very different definition of sick of it, I suppose, then. Also, I need to see, is that fire still burning? No. Good. Can now get rid of that. So basically, I'm setting this up so that mining out the magma sea is going to be very good for mental health. Because dwarves are going to be forced to run past all of these beautiful statues and through a shower. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed it works, is kind of what I mean. How many miners do I currently have in the fort? Quite a few. And they all appear to have pickaxes, which is good. They're still cutting the pavement road. It's a 2-week process that they are currently doing. So, yes. Like, last week the end of last week was when they started. They're going to be digging for another 2 days. And then it's just going to be like repaving, repaving and then painting. It's like a 2-week process for the whole thing. But thankfully, it's literally just a like backhoe that's like loading dump trucks with concrete now. They're no longer cutting, which is nice. My sanity level is significantly higher than it was last week. Last week was like spontaneous migraine when they started working. Today is like a lot more pleasant, or a lot less obnoxiously awful. Is there consequence to people assuming identity in a fort? It's considered lying, which is a punishable offense in Dwarf Fortress. Like, something that's really funny is in Goblin Society, lying is a capital offense. Like, you are sentenced to death if you lie, but murder is legal. So if you can walk around inside of a Goblin Fortress and just, like, stab people in the head, and as long as it's not, like, somebody that other people in the vicinity care about, they're like, nah, whatever, part of society. But you walk into a public space and introduce yourself and then assume an identity and lie about your name, everybody tries to kill you. Which genuinely to me is hilarious, but like, you know, it's a pretty clear idea of Goblin Society. So I'm still getting the hitching, even after all the bodies have died. So I'm going to have to go through some other alternatives and see if I can fix the frame rate. Yeah. Wait, that's inaccessible? I was gonna say that's not helping. How many hours do you have in DF? It's impossible to know because a large portion of it was done before the premium version came out and Steam started counting my hours. Over 10,000. I mean, I first installed the game in 2009. I didn't really start streaming it until about 2018. But like, I've just been at it for so long that it's really hard to say. Like, truly, genuinely difficult to say. On the Steam version, though, I can tell you that I have 3,364 hours. But I have a fort that I have almost half that amount of time from older versions in. Like, one fort. So. You find it so difficult? No patience? Well, I mean, ask for help when you run into problems. That's all I can really say. As with any game, in order to get into Dwarf Fortress, you need time. So. Tibe, thanks for the 5-pack and helping me fund that NAS that I've purchased. I still need to buy drives. Spent $700 on an NAS this morning. Which everybody's going to think I'm saying ass all day. That's just the tomb that I've chosen, I suppose. But thank you. Appreciate you, man. Are we talking about human or donkey? Because I'd say that's I don't know what the going rate for a donkey is. But also you need to remember I'm talking in Canadian dollars, so it's actually about 30% lower than that.
You fucking donkey!
Well, no, it's not a little Nas. It's actually a pretty large one, but it's that. Thanks for the $15, man.
The suited giraffe cheered.
Appreciate you, man.
1500 to help with that nasty bill.
I mean, I think everybody thinks that like it's purchasing like a human ass, but can I just state that genuinely, if that's your sense of humor, okay. However, is not buying a physical donkey funnier? Like, maybe we have different senses of humor between me and YouTube chat, but like, is not buying a donkey funnier? Just like a donkey and a giant hamster wheel? I think that's way funnier. You would never mock a noble donkey. The image of somebody owning a donkey in an apartment's pretty funny. There's no mockery there. That's just funny. Only 10 terabytes? Nah, I'm hoping for at least... Well, 12 times 4 probably. So 24 initially. An LBO tape backup? How many YouTubers do you think are like using tape though? I'm good. Thanks. Khas Shus in YouTube chat says, I downloaded Jupiter Hell demo after watching your video and I'm so hyped for the game now. Went and downloaded OGDRL to experience past the demo. Neat. Never heard of it or played it beforehand. It was one of the most downloaded games in the world for about a month in like 2002. Or 2003 actually. Also Twitch chat. That's almost a hype train. One other person gifts a sub, prime sub, or a resub. Will in fact hype train that. That'd be 2 hype trains in a day. You know, all things considered, moods are not as bad as I thought they were going to be. Not as bad as I expected. Really? I thought you'd been fixed by this point. Yeah, chat, blood sugar's going low again. Narvicious, thanks for the 49th month. Welcome back. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Chat, I will be right back. I'm just going to go eat something because blood sugar is still trying to kill me.
Choo choo.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Nuclear vessels. Sandwich! Heal, damn it!
Over here, he has a sword. This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
So, Frog for Hire, thanks for the 52nd month.
I know this.
So, I would like to inform you of something, chat. I would have been back quicker, but there was a baby spider making a web in my kitchen, so it's now in my tomato plants outside. I could not disagree with that statement more, Noobed. You know, Mr. Noobed in YouTube chat's just like, tape tech didn't stop advancing. It's perfect for video backup. Uh-huh. I'm just gonna sip my coffee. You're gonna need a name, right? Yeah, well, I'm not gonna call it Mass Effect because you want to know what series I genuinely think is overrated and stole most of the cool bits from Star Trek? Mass Effect. Anyway, let's... Because literally most of the cool shit in Mass Effect is just straight ripped from Star Trek. Also, I've been kind of going with a rodents theme. So I've got Marmot, which is the computer that's plugged into the TV. This is Rat, and my laptop is Mouse, so... I don't know, Squirrel, maybe? Or Beaver, perhaps, because it's big, and then I can make a lot of damn jokes. What kind of tomatoes am I growing? Sweet Millions, Amish Paste, Old German, Mortgage Lifter. What's the name of the like purple ones? Shit. I didn't plant those ones. My mom gave me a seedling. I don't know, ones that are like kind of black with red bottoms. That are like a large cherry tomato. And then one other one that's a mystery tomato that just seeded itself somehow, and I don't know how. All on my porch. True, squirrels do squirrel away nuts, yes. I don't know, something that hibernates over the winter. Capybara, actually capybara is not a bad name for a NAS. I was kind of thinking beaver, but that would also... you know, if I call it beaver, then we could just continue on the blind bot NAS joke. That's... When is a tiger a rodent? I'm sticking with rodents. Because I've got rat, mouse, and marmot. Oh, tiger tomato. No, I don't have any tiger tomatoes. Sorry, I thought we were still talking about servers. I'm just thinking about how my blood sugar keeps dropping and trying to kill me. I hate it when days like this happen. But I ate protein this time, so hopefully it stays. Wow. Okay. The militia captain has created Olbazafal, a crashing metal mace. Well, that's really cool. However, not very effective. Tapir? Wait, is a tapir a rodent? I could call it groundhog. What's the transfer speed of that from analog to digital, though, Mr. Noob? What is the transfer rate? Can I plug like a 10 gigabit Ethernet into it straight into my computer on LAN? Is that an option? Also, can I share photos off of tape to my dad? And can I run a like 25 kb? And then can I like how long would it take to transfer like a 100 gigabyte video file from this tape storage solution you keep talking about to my computer? We think a tapir is a pig? Gopher is also pretty good. Gopher is also pretty good, actually. This is going to look really cool. It's just not going to be very effective. This is a crashing metal mace. Our craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round dacite cabochons, tapered cut turquoise, and encircled with with bands of forgotten beast bone and tower cap. This object menaces with spikes of diorite and beak dog bone. On the item is an image of dwarves in crashing metal. And also, chat, thanks for the hype train with $15 in bits and 8 subscriptions. Appreciate you greatly. Little distracted still because blood sugar. On the item is an image of dwarves in crashing metal. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of SKULLPONDERS and the Curse of Knowing. Of the lean paddles in the early spring of 1070. On the item is an image of raccoons in grizzly bear leather. And I call that pretty successful. Let's just jump down here real quick. And I'm just going to throw that here because we're not going to use that. Could that be the taxidermy side? No, not taxidermy. I think that would probably just be like, you know. Where does a squirrel hide its nuts? Like the cache, probably? Or would that be iguana or something? For cold-blooded, cold storage, you know? They would only draw were raccoons if that was one of the ones available in this world. Correct, yeah. They would have to know that it exists. But I've seen quite a large variety of were creatures in this world so far, so it's not too surprising actually. Fungi wood all the way up, so colors are consistent. And then go all the way across here. And all the way to there. Yeah, let's just do the two. Do one there and one there. And then throw you in there. That's gross, Salvi. I hope you got those antibiotics. I know you're just memeing, but that's a gross meme. I'm just responding to said meme with ew. Chat, can I get a round of beers? So I don't have to time out Zalvi, so I don't throw up on stream? When does streamer consent to anything chat inflicts upon streamer? I guess when streamer willingly sets up a golf ball cannon and points it at their head and attaches it to a thing that makes it so that when you give streamer money, that it shoots them with golf balls. That's when streamer willingly sets up a thing, then streamer's consenting, but streamer doesn't want to read that anymore. What a terrible time to be literate. Yep. I think I'm going to stick to hard drives, Mr. Duped. I'm willing to allow you to continue babbling about this as much as you want, but I am not going to go down that road. Thank you. I'm aware that hard drives are expensive, but I'll have you know, usability and compatibility and speed of rewrite and transferring data is a valuable asset. And on one hand, I really want to go with you down this road because it sounds like fun. But on the other hand, I absolutely do not. So I disagree that it's a viable alternative. Potentially in a different use case, but... I mean, I already have 3 of these suited. But let me tell you, read-write speeds through USB kind of suck. I mean, those are nice. Don't get me wrong. Who the hell says HD hard drives are expensive? The price says that they're expensive. Is who says that they're expensive. I don't have 1,700 square feet. No, like, my apartment isn't that big, mate. YouTube chat. Come on, are you telling me you don't want a system that has 700 square feet of room? Actually, no. Sidebar. I would love a system that uses 1,700 square feet of room. I just need, like, my YouTube audience to fork over, like, $21,000 a month more for power and square footage. And then I'll consider it. I'll also buy the apartment below me and evict that loud dog. It only barks when there's sirens going by. It's fine. It's not actually that big of a problem. But that is honestly, genuinely one of my favorite streamer flexes I've ever seen in history, which was just Admiral Baru buying the apartment below him and using that as like the apartment that he lives in, and then the one above him as his streaming apartment so that he didn't have to listen to his neighbors anymore. That might be my favorite kind of douchey rich streamer flex I've ever seen. That's what he did. Yeah, he bought it. Let me tell you all about vacuum tubes. I could talk to you about vacuum tubes. Sotark. And also, it's really funny somebody talking to me about how tape technology never stopped. Because, like, the amount of tape decks I own, oh, trust me. I know tape technology never stopped. And I also know it's quite affordable. But transfer rates from analog to digital are terrible. And also, I don't record anything on tape, so I'd be going from digital to tape back to digital, which is fucking stupid. And it's also not a solution for storing photos for my family, really, that my dad could use from a distance. My apartment was built in 2021, and I never hear my neighbors at all. It's all I hear is loud fucking cars and motorcycles. I was walking to the grocery store on Saturday, and this guy on a Harley goes by at like full fucking blast, and I was crossing the road, and this guy who was crossing the road in the other direction just looks me in the eyes and goes, "Why?" Like, just why? Like, it's... if you're anything over like 6 terabytes is expensive, yeah. YouTube chat. Like, if you want to just go with 6 terabytes or lower, you can get cheap drives. But no, I mean, I would like 12 terabyte drives, which are in Canadian dollars, asterisk, about $300 pop. Well, you see, the NAS that I bought has 4 bays, so I could get 24 gigabytes, which I can't entirely use because some of it's gonna be running parity, for local like backups in case a drive fails. But if I get 6, then I'm like capped out at the maximum amount of storage space I can have. The entire reason for this, Shin Guards, is to get away from Google Drive and AWS. That is literally the whole basis for this entire activity. No. The US made them expensive in Canada. So. And also, the US dollar is still worth 40 cents more than the Canadian dollar. Not for long? You know, people have been saying that for the last, like, 6 months, right? It hasn't really changed. Besides, the Canadian prices are going to stay up if the US prices drop, and I get paid in US dollars, so. And you guys are now maybe wondering why I'm, you know, spending money on stuff now while I still get paid what I do. Feels good. This morning I bought a 4-bay NAS with 2 NVMe slots. So 4 hard disk, or sorry, 4 SATA slots and 2 M.2 slots. I'm not giving it another 6 months, Suited. Can we just, like, stop it with the, like, the economy is collapsing talk? Because that part isn't fun. That just makes me into a nihilist, which I don't actually think makes the stream more entertaining. Pretty sure that just makes things worse, so. It depends on how many drives I end up getting, Dirty Widget. I'll figure that out once I have the thing. I don't need full 100% backups for everything, though, because a lot of it's just going to be footage. You only need better not drives for it. Yep. Welcome back, Cloud. Still got dwarves storing owned items. All right, let's jump back down here. Check in on this. All of this is slowly coming together. I've sussed through all of the possible alternatives, Hangman, and unfortunately, this like solution is probably the best one for my use case and needs, primarily very large video files that are probably going to get bigger. And also, like, you know, YouTube giving me the lowest ad revenue I've had in like 5+ years on the last video I made. That last video, man, I hope that you guys liked it, because holy fuck. Like, I put like 20 hours of work into that Jupiter Hell Classic video / Doom the Roguelike video. And so far, before taxes, it's made me about $70 Canadian. Because YouTube gave me the lowest ad rate I've ever seen on YouTube. It was awful. It's free right now, somewhere in the Amazon Prime gaming stuff? Huh. Yeah, it made $2.80 per 1,000 views. Normally, my videos make minimum 6. So, you know, panic basket, basically. And then YouTube's like, your revenue is lower than normal. I'm like, fucking I wonder why. You hope it gets a lot higher when the game is out. I mean, the revenue won't. Once a video is sold for the rate, that generally stays at that rate. You realized you're in it? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, you're a mini monster. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who is on Twitch and who is who on YouTube, so. But yes, you are in fact in it. Plenty of people are in plenty of videos. Free from Prime Gaming via GOG. Huh. Well, that sounds like a long list of asterisks. But yeah, I mean, I posted a screenshot of this on social media the other day, but I'll just show you because it's easier. This video. Okay, revenue went up a little bit on it, but... Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. Like, normally, my videos make at least twice this, which is what I was kind of hoping for. But, yeah, it's a joke. Absolutely a joke. The Forgotten Beast, Rithsma Kawiaphalia Thempani Kuthabi, has come. A gigantic theropod with lidless eyes. It has 3 narrow tails and it squirms and fidgets. Beware, it's deadly dust. I mean, it's summer. Like, July is worst AdSense season of the year. So there is that. Okay, there's... I was going to say it's unlikely it can get to me. It's still okay, no, it can get to me. Send the Mark Dwarves down here. I could just lock it out, but I don't really want to. I don't really have enough bolts right now. Shit. It also went and disappeared off the map. Kind of tempted to just lock this. Let's just do that. Turn around there, Dwarf. Please turn around. Just turn around. There's no reason for you to be going out here. I know I haven't turned a burrow on or anything, but like, turn around. I turned off your station. Just go train or something. Just go train. Just walk away. Just walk away. You can do it. There you go. Where are you going? Well, actually, okay, where's this beast at? Is it walked back onto the map? There it is. Fuck it. Well, you're very haggard there, Dwarf. Please carry on. I have a tutorial Dig Dugo. Or Dig Duggo. Although, there will be a... I am doing it right now in the basement. Don't use waterfalls, just use a bucket. But I do have a pretty comprehensive tutorial on mist generation. Where is this beast? What an ugly motherfucker. Why do I keep losing it? Oh, there it is. How many kills do you have? Not a ton, but a few. That has... Do me a humongous favor and understand, Necro, that there are two different things happening here. That video is doing very, 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 very well in the algorithm right now. It's getting recommended a ton, and it's getting viewed a lot. It's got one of the highest click-through rates of a video that I've uploaded in the last few months. That doesn't have anything to do with the amount of ad revenue you're getting. The rate of ad revenue is based on the amount of ads being sold at the price they're currently being sold at. When a video's out, it gets a price associated with it based on click-through rates. By all counts, that video should be making a lot of money, not the other way around. It's got nothing to do with the YouTube algorithm. Please don't talk about it unless you know what you're talking about, because most people just blame the algorithm kind of blank. That's not how it works. It's got everything to do with people are not paying the same price for ads right now because it's July, which is the lowest ad revenue season of the year. However, that is low even for July by a lot. It's got nothing to do with the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm is how many views a video is getting. So if you release a video and it gets 100,000 views normally, then you release a video and it gets 12,000 views, that's not normal. That's the YouTube algorithm. If you release a video and it gets 100,000 views and makes $100, which would be very low, then you release a video and it gets 100,000 views and it makes $8. That's basically what's happening. Does that make sense? So, no, it's got nothing to do with the YouTube algorithm. There's a lot of misinformation when it comes to how YouTube functions, and it's really, really painful as somebody who does this for a living, because, like, there's also just a lot of people that complain for the sake of complaining, so I'm trying not to be one of those people. I don't like it. I mean, I don't use it, Suede Hat. I'm happy it exists, but I have no reason to use it myself. That was a question about DF Hack's quick fort features. I like building the fort myself. That's the fun of the game, or a large portion of the fun of the game. I don't want to wait for this thing to kill a bunch more dwarves. All right. Throw money at the other formats I make. That's what you can do. I mean, you could share the video, you can leave a comment, you can like it, and you can watch it from end to end. But aside from that, it's just support creators you like. That's it. You're already doing everything you can do, which is why I'm not actually complaining. It doesn't change the fact that it is a little frustrating because the passive revenue is a large part of my revenue. I Should be able to move them up here. I got some... Oh, nope, actually, let's hold them back a little bit. Oh, they're beginning to shoot. Forgotten Beast is taking hits. This is a, once again, one with Deadly Dust, so we don't really want it to get into range with us, but they are hitting it in the head, fracturing its skull with copper bolts. Bolts are still flying. Seems like this dwarf back here is just firing repeatedly. This is one of my better dwarves. He's firing bronze bolts currently. What's he got in his inventory? Yeah, it's just bronze. Okay, let's try moving the mark dwarves over here then, so that the rest of them can get shots in. You are tantruming, Orc with Bow. Which may be bad. What squad are you in? You're in the Copper Jewels. I kind of want to just remove you from this squad. Let's replace you with a Potash Maker. Does seem like a lot of them are running away to go get more ammo. Some of them are just showing up. Yeah, a lot of them are going to go get more ammo. We're basically out of ammo right now. What do you have? Worm Shot, you are also pretty well ammoed up, but like... I am not using any mods currently. I would have one if I was using them, though. But exclamation point goal will tell you the theme of the fort, if that interests you. Oh, the dwarves were able to kill it. Who got the last shot? Flying Copper Bolt strikes it. Is it you who got it, Worm Shot? Nope, you killed the Bristleworm. You didn't get it. Did Arcloyd get it? Ah, Arcloyd got it. Well, good shot, Arcloyd. Arcloyd shot it in the head, which tore apart the muscle and fractured the skull. Exclamation point theme, exclamation point fort, a bunch of different commands do it, but or theme doesn't. I could add that as an alias though, so it would. But we've now killed that Forgotten Beast, and dwarves can go back to business as usual. Am I making iron bolts? Just making steel. I'm realistically not going to make steel because I don't really have flux. So let's just go iron bolt. Whoops, no. When the amount of iron bars is greater than 20, just make 10. I think, like, I tend to advise people don't overuse DF hack commands. Like, I use DF hack basically for, like, burial to make tombs without having to individually assign them. But, like, unless you are trying to play a different game, as in, like your use case there, where it's like you're doing it primarily to create things for adventure mode. That makes sense. I can see that. One of my favorite examples of like using fast dwarf and stuff like that, speed hacks basically, was somebody who said that they recently had a kid, or his wife did. And so they used it as a way to like basically cut a lot of the time out of playing Dwarf Fort. But the reason I always say be cautious with overusing DFHack is you may, and I know many people who've done this, you may eventually ruin the game for yourself. Like make it a lot harder to enjoy the game because a lot of your time is then spent, instead of playing and enjoying the game, a lot of your time is then spent, you know, playing a different game basically. So I'm always very cautious about it. But at the end of the day, you play the game in a way that you find satisfying and entertaining for yourself. And if commands like fast dwarf make the game more enjoyable, play it that way. But, you know, it's like using a lot of cheats in Grand Theft Auto. It becomes hard to not. I mean, I don't use the vanilla one, right? Like, that's just, it doesn't suit my playstyle at all. If it suits your playstyle, use it. Like, and this is what I say about everything. Like, if it's taking away from your enjoyment, don't use it. If it's not taking away from your enjoyment, use it. People always ask me if I use them, and the main reason I don't is because most of the tools take away from my enjoyment. That's it, really. Ad break just started, so I'm going to pause the game. I mean, I can tell you how much Google made per 1,000 views on that video, Sotark. Google is getting paid $10, so I'm keeping like 20%, 20 to 30% of the ad rates usually on YouTube, which is fair. Video storage is expensive. However, Google's the one devaluing the value of their ads. So it's like Google's shooting itself in the foot, and then creators get punished for it, but you know, that's why I have my blog, where you could go subscribe to me directly and get blog posts and voice logs from me without having to give Google, Amazon, or Patreon any money. I just have to pay transfer fees. I don't like Civilian Alert. Civilian Alert is too effective for me. Burrows are more than enough. I've always found Civilian Alert to be a bit silly. Samsung. I keep getting ads for Samsung AI TVs on podcasts I listen to. Like just the radio style generated ads. Which, that's all I can say is sigh. It varies, Sotark. Sometimes I'm getting less than like 8%. There was one point last winter where I want to say it was the COG video, which was the highest ad rate I ever had. I was making, it was like $28 per 1,000 views or something on that video. For like the first like almost 50,000 views on that video. But YouTube was pulling in like over $100 per 1,000 views. It was like $160 or something. Granted, that was like an hour-long video, so longer videos are going to get higher ad rates because they have more ads in them in total. But like, do I like Death Stranding? No. I mean, I don't own a PlayStation, so I have no interest in Death Stranding, really. I don't particularly like Kojima's storytelling. I've seen a lot of footage of the first one and kind of thought to myself that I probably would like it if it didn't have any of the Kojima silliness in it. Because I'm not particularly interested in his style of storytelling. Or I guess his studio's style of storytelling is maybe the better way to put it. So no real interest in Death Stranding. Like, I'm a PC gamer through and through. I don't own any consoles right now. Why do you ask, though, so far? I've never actually played a Kojima game. For whatever that's worth. Let's fill... Oops, did I... Yeah, okay. Let's get a second one right here. Set this as a pond instead of a pit. So now I've got two dwarves filling pond. The story is bearable. Yeah, no, I don't feel like I mean, like, I remember looking at footage of the first Death Stranding and going, man, if this had no story and was just a transport game, that actually looks like a lot of fun, but it still really wouldn't be something I'd want to stream, probably. Yeah, no, the gameplay looks neat. Baby is weird as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. You can say Kojima bullshit? I mean, like, Kojima bullshit, I'm trying to think of, like, an equivalent to Kojima bullshit. I don't know, he's not the only like auteur, like, video game creator or film creator that isn't free from that. It's like J.J. Abrams and lens flares. It's like, find me a J.J. Abrams movie that isn't just full of lens flares for some reason. I don't know. I think I'm more willing to deal with that kind of bullshit in film than I am in video games. So, yeah, I don't know. What? Why is this filling? Oh, shit. I thought I deconstructed you. I mean, actually, admittedly, that is draining out a whole lot of lava. But that's also why my frame rate disappeared a little bit again. Should pour some water down into that. Not right now, though. I didn't want to do that right now. Let's get this shut down. And also get you built down here so we can clean this out. Called lens flares. You could make it like a story starring light refraction, so it could be like the flatland of lens flares. We just killed one so far, like not 10 minutes ago with my Marks Dwarves. There's no others that I'm aware of on the map currently, not that are within my line of sight or that are a threat. They don't have the fancy colors, though, because I haven't generated a new world yet. Thoughts on grand strategy games? I find them very boring to stream and very difficult to stream. They're the sort of thing that I would have to put tens, if not thousands of hours in to be able to stream them in a way that is entertaining for an audience. And I know this might sound crazy, but like, if a game isn't entertaining for me, then it's even less entertaining for my audience. And if I'm not streaming a game, then I'm probably not playing it. And I already have plenty of games that I could spend tens of thousands of hours learning. I don't need another genre that I don't already enjoy playing. Basically, I play Dwarf Fortress. That is my big infinite I could play it forever game. I like traditional roguelikes, which I will occasionally cram in around the edges, which half of you tune out whenever I stream them, but I like them, so I will play them. And then I like colony and city builders. I don't really stray outside of that because one of two things happens. I don't enjoy it, or my audience doesn't enjoy it, or I don't enjoy the audience it brings, which I guess is technically three things. As an example of me not enjoying the audience it brings, I don't like streaming Civ games because I fucking hate that audience. They just love to tell you about how you're playing the game terribly and wrong. And that's not fun, or a fun way to learn a game. And as I said earlier, I don't have thousands of hours to dedicate to learning a type or style of game. I don't do that. I have my lane and I kind of stick to it. Also, I'm sorry that you watched Pixels. That's very unfortunate. My queen is melting metal objects. Did I not put armor into this? are we getting into today? Read stream title, going to war with the underworld itself. Prepping for it. But we've been prepping for it now for 3 stream titles. So. You're getting your ass handed to you and you love it. Well, I'm glad you love it. But yeah, no, I know at the end of the day, like, for some parts of the audience who watches this stream, you guys wish that there was more variety here. However, that doesn't go for the reality. Like if I were to have my own decision and if I could have exactly the same number of people watch me play anything, I wouldn't be playing grand strategy games right now. I would have played through the System Shock remake. And before 10 of you are like, I'll watch. No, you won't. Because for every 10 of you that say that you'll watch, 30 of you won't. So the reality of my life is that I love my job. And I want to be able to keep doing it for a long time. But in order to be able to keep doing it for a long time, one simple thing needs to stay its course, which is I need to be able to afford to be here. And the scarier the world gets, like right now, the more cautious I need to be. Because if I'm not being cautious, I'm going bankrupt. And I have to be very careful. So I play the thing that I'm known for because I enjoy it. And slight deviations are not the norm. And if it's a type of game or franchise or video game that's going to take me thousands of hours to learn so that I can play it competently enough to be entertaining, it's almost never going to actually be worth the effort. Because by the time I've learned it, well, you know, unless I start playing to the masses and become like, you know, a clickbait mainstream person, which I really don't want to do. I have to be very cautious. Now we have this mist generator. I'm also going to do something real quick. I'm just going to cap the population because I think I'm sitting at 310. Yeah, let's go with 220 and 200. Because that's all I'm really willing to do with the frame rate. I'm all right with like kind of the modern state of YouTube's clickbait, Dr. Y, which is using evocative titles, which is kind of clickbait, but honest about the content of the actual video. It's like I don't mind a snazzy written title like that last video I made, which is like quite literally just called the roguelike I'm actually interested in. Game seized. Like I don't mind that because at the very least, like I'm being honest about the content of the video. I don't like it when it's not honest about the content of the video. So as long as like whatever is being described in the title is clear on what's in the video, I don't care. And generally that's what you get in gaming content. Unless you get kind of into the drama sphere, you don't generally get worse than that. Because it is kind of a necessary evil, at least at this point. So I'm using these as basically scaffolding to build more walls. You also need to remember that, like, I've done this for a very, very, very long time. Like, odds are pretty good. I've been streaming longer than most of your favorite streamers. And I realize that's just kind of like a weird brag, but it is true. You know, this has been my full-time job since 2016. Exactly, which is why I'm not going to stream it, Mr. Noobed. Because what I think is entertaining isn't necessarily what the audience thinks is entertaining. They were just saying that they think that the System Shock 2 remake needs co-op, which is, yeah, I mean, no it doesn't, but... What's our game plan for invading hell itself? Long tunnel, lots of bridges, probably just shit tons of fortifications with the ability to block the fortifications from the outside. As many bolts as I can get. Ideally adamantine bolts. Like I had a Marksdorf standing down here, shooting up to here through a fortification, shooting an angel. So they can shoot from really far away through fortifications. So basically, I'm going to be doing my best to... How do I word this? Force things through a tunnel that they can't get around, and then kill them from the outside. That is the plan. And then just slow descent and not getting impatient, which I have a bad habit of getting impatient. Mr. Noob, thanks for gifting out a membership. I don't know why you didn't just subscribe yourself at that point, but I mean, you do you, man. Yes. Although supposedly, I know this is true, but were creatures, each world have a different material that they are weak to. Which may or may not be silver. But no, the denizens of hell are immune to everything and are not cage trappable. However, technically a lever attached to a what's it called? A lever attached to a trapdoor, like a hatch, isn't considered a trap. So there are ways to like drop them into water and then drop lava on their head and seal them and stuff. But why would something that's lighter and sharper than steel and iron be worse? Bolts do like piercing damage. So why they're like better in almost every aspect. They're lighter, they can carry more of them. They're sharper, they do more damage. Yeah, you only need mass and density if you're trying to do blunt damage, which is in the format of like if you're using like silver. Silver is going to do blunt damage, whereas like steel is going to do piercing and sharp damage. I have no idea. Neither. Do not use Ballista for anything Eggy Von Turbo. That is the 11th time I've said that today. At some point, I'm going to stop saying it. Don't use it until they remake it. Ballista are designed for like a two-dimensional flat space, for a version of Dwarf Fortress that didn't have any stress. So don't use Ballista. Ballista are bad. You just joined the stream. It's okay. I only need 2 more people to ask me that, and I'm going to start getting frustrated about that one question about Ballista. But minecart's filled with Ballista arrows? I mean, at that point, you might as well just use coins or something. Or, like, swords. Ballista parts, that would do nothing. You might as well throw toys at them. It's like shooting a bunch of dog chew toys at a bad thing. Going ballistic about ballistas? There's a reason they're remaking them. It's because they haven't been updated since 2007. That's why. Like it's the comparison I made earlier, and somebody can clip this. The reason I don't use ballista or siege weapons for just about anything is because I didn't mind the older iteration of Mark's Dwarves. And if you were one of the people who didn't like the older iteration of Mark's Dwarves and say that the game was completely busted because of it, well, old Mark's Dwarves were significantly more functional than current siege weapons. And effective. Can you make them work? Sure. Am I going to? No. I will wait until it is updated. Alongside of this update that Tarn's been working on. And also, YouTube folks, thanks for the 100 likes, by the way. It's very kind of you. We can ask Tarn tomorrow, because tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific, Tarn will be on my stream, so we can ask him then. And then I will be doing some normal streaming. Probably stream for about 6 or 7 hours tomorrow, after the interview's over. That released the prisoners in Lord of the Rings where they started catapulting heads. I mean, I've shot bodies of things at things before, but let me tell you this, that does more mental damage to your dwarves than it does the enemies I find, so it's kind of not worth it. I mean, it's kind of funny, but at that point, like, if you're gonna just do a lol kind of defense like that, you're much better off just, like, making statues of goblins screaming or something like that, and then shooting that at them. You're much better off just doing that. Which is very funny. I'm not going to deny that, but... Oh. Yeah, I should just deconstruct that. Sounds like comfy catapults. Dr. Y. And also, if you haven't yet, over on the YouTube channel, or right there, here, I'll copy it and chuck this into the YouTube chat as well. I was going to say in the community section, but if you use that Google form, you can send in a question, which may get selected to be asked tomorrow. I don't do live questions because I already have 2 chats to moderate, and having questions as well and I like to keep them in topics is a lot. Running those interviews is a lot. So ideally, we'll be able to go with less technical difficulties than the last time I did this. I'm presuming you're trying to make a joke in that, Tibbe. I don't get the joke, nor do I see how it's funny. 1, that's not what I said. 2, Tarn knows that's not the case, which is why he's remaking them. So that's not a question, that's a statement, and if there's humor in there, I don't see it. I hope you do. I hope that's hysterical to you, because then somebody's benefiting from this. Can we get some funnel cakes when we visit the circus? You know, fun fact, I've never had a funnel cake. Chat's described funnel cakes to me many times, and I've learned of their existence thanks to chat. But funnel cakes are not a thing that exists, really, in my life. Or has ever really existed in my life. So... it's the simple humor of blatant lies. Yeah. I feel like blatant lies were funnier 10 years ago. Maybe they were just funnier to me. I don't know. I prefer wordplay these days. Yeah, that is true, Necro. They're lucky this isn't Goblin Society. Sure, yeah. I don't mind absurdity humor. Absurdist humor can be funny. No, but they do murder children for fun and then make them into mounds. So, you know, YouTube chat saying, to be fair, Goblin Society doesn't make children haul around corpses. I would say my Dwarven Society doesn't do that, if that's what you're suggesting. Maybe yours does. That seems like a problem with your Dwarven Society, not mine. Ah, right. How are we doing for ammo? Just about everybody seems to have ammunition now. Except for a few that don't actually have crossbows, which is a bit of a problem. Kobolds don't really have a society. They just have, like, mutual working agreements. And they can't understand each other half the time because their language is just a non-language. It's like the refusal of language is their language. So usually they just kind of end up killing each other. It's driving me nuts. Is that what the pirate says? Because Dugo says a pirate walks into a bar with a ship's wheel in his pants and says, "Arr, it's driving me nuts." Yep. Yep. Yes, he is. Yes, it is. Speaking of driving me nuts, did you guys hear that supposedly Black Flag is either getting a remake or a sequel? Because, like, the voice actor of the lead character in Black Flag is, like, going on about how it's going to get a new entry in the series. Which is like, I mean, that works so well for Skull and Bones. Eggy Von Turbo says, my biggest problem with Dwarven Society is population replacement. Even surviving childhood is rare, as evidenced by these forts. So where are the immigrants coming from? Your forts are not normal Dwarven Society. Player forts are like a rare and unique, odd thing. The body counts of player forts are a rare and unique and odd thing. Surviving Dwarven childhood is nowhere near as crazy in actual Dwarven society. It's only crazy because we're really bad at this. The players. All right. Yeah, let's let that run. Just trying to get some tasks up and running here. Also because we're running low on drinks. I mean, they're supposed to be whatever it says in the top left. They start off as an outpost. Also, as Square Doodad in YouTube chat says, any fort that's been settled and established for a while has an actual population pyramid instead of who came here and who has yet to die pyramid. Yep. Also, a lot of dwarven forts go hundreds of years without getting attacked by anything. I need to go use the washroom. I will be right back. There you go. Oh, hey, an ad break ran. Good timing. Yeah, so, and as Mr. Noobed in YouTube chat says, when you retire your fortress in Legends, it says, and the dwarves regain their senses after a brief period of questionable judgment or whatever. Like, it's the player that's the problem. We're in a capital currently. Big Dugo. Also, Graknork, it's good to see you. You played it again and got the Ubisoft 10 minutes of fun gameplay, 40 minutes of exposition and slow walking. Oh, yeah. I never played Black Flag. I played a good chunk of Assassin's Creed 2 at a friend's house, but I've never really played Assassin's Creed games by all counts, so it's just kind of, you know. It's just kind of not something that ever really interested me in particular, I guess, is maybe the way to put it. So we have hit the daily minimum today, chat, but as I stated earlier in the stream, I'm in the process of building a local NAS server to try and improve my footage storage solution for streamed footage that I record for videos. So currently, that's basically where all sub money is going. So if you like this stream and you have a Prime sub available, do think about me because that's how I am probably paying for all of that over the next little bit is through Twitch revenue and YouTube revenue. A vile darkness forces arrived and is parley seeking. I'm probably not going to fight this. I'm probably just going to lock them outside. That or actually finish the thing that I was building. Because I started building this thing and then I don't think I ever finished it. Which was this. It goes all the way... Okay, well, it connects to this here, so I need to seal this off. This goes all the way down through here, down through here, down to here. Did you get connected to a drawbridge? Yes, yes, you did. Oh, wow. It's just a ruby cluster right there. And this right here is connected to this sucker. Question is your powering connected to anything? Yes, it is. Fuck it, I'm just gonna burn them. We're just gonna burn these suckers, chat. Zachris, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. I don't know if there's anybody down in there. Probably isn't. I'm gonna lock this anyway. I pronounced it correctly too. Yay! As a weird username haver that people mispronounce all the time, I'm glad I'm not participating in the problem of mispronouncing people's usernames. Thanks for the Prime. And chat, can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime subscription? YouTube folks, you guys can just hit the party button if you want. Okay, so the bronze bolts seem to be the job that's getting dealt out the least consistently, so let's... this one. So I'm going to burn these goblins. And the way we're going to do this is going to be pretty straightforward, hopefully. We put everybody into the fights zone, which shouldn't go to out here. Or here. Or there. Or there. Or much outside of this, really. However, this is the problem. So let's go through here, get rid of all that. At least till all of this is done. So let's just leave this turned off for the moment. It's always still the Watchful Poison, because I need this fight to go better than that last one. So chat room, we recently have come off of the weekend. How was your weekend? Did you guys do anything interesting? I mostly spent time with my aunt and uncle, and then did a little bit of behind-the-scenes work. Not a ton. Most of it was just prepping for interview stuff. And that's about it, honestly. I did some behind-the-scenes blog stuff, and apparently, like, every single platform on Earth finally figured out that my mailing address had changed and reminded me, because I completely forgot to do this in my defense, which was going in and updating all of my payment for all the platforms that I make content on so that I actually get paid, because my home address has changed. That's about it, though, really. You did a video on Saturday and relaxed the rest of the weekend? Sounds like a solid weekend. What kind of video? You had a pub meal? Well, that seems out of the ordinary for you. I also received a lot of text messages of pictures of concert that my friend was at. Oh, that's not very wise there, Dwarf. Because you fell asleep right where I'm constructing things. Which means it's not going to get finished until you wake up. Tisk. Well, having fun's the most important part. Best of luck. Someone slipped a hook over your car windows and pulled it down. Glass is fine. The internals and the door all broken. Nothing in the car, so just the damage. Well, that blows. Went to the lake and your boyfriend got too excited and jumped in with his glasses on and then spent the next 3 hours diving for them to no avail. Well done, Cricket in YouTube chat. Or well done, Cricket's boyfriend in YouTube chat. So when I was a small child, like 6 or 7 years old, probably a little older than that, actually, probably closer to 8 or 9, I fell backwards out of a tree and lost my glasses. 2 years later, I fell backwards out of the same tree in the same spot and found my glasses. My mom was not impressed with me when I lost my glasses, but was very impressed when I found them 2 years later. That's not good, Dig Dugo. You seem like a bad dog watcher. Like, aren't you supposed to be watching the dog? How could the dog escape if you were watching it? That sounds stressful, though, actually. Jokes aside. Dwarfus. Wake us up us. Please us. You have a bedroom. Did you mean a 1070? Oh, a 1970 knitting machine. Wait, hold on. What? You're working on hooking up a Raspberry Pi to a 1970s knitting machine to knit more elaborate patterns than what you could do. Awesome? That sounds kind of dope, actually. That's a first. Never read that before. Your boyfriend's needed new glasses since 2019, so it was a blessing in disguise. Well, I mean, not if you can't afford it, but if it was just something he was putting off, well then, hey. That'll also be a really funny story in hindsight. Just making sure this is smooth all the way doing. Thanks, Tibby. Wow, appreciate that. I kind of forgot that you were clipping that, but... All right. Let's give the dwarves, like, maybe until the end of the month to get inside. Hey, Shinobi. No, totally. It's just doing it at home in a DIY kind of sense is the cool part. I mean, obviously, like, there's been automated knitting machines for a very long time. But it's the doing it at home with a 1970s machine with a Raspberry Pi. That I don't know, seems like a cool project. One of your chickens passed away the sad weekend? Oh no. That's unfortunate. Although you said chickens, so now I'm thinking about this. Cody's Lab uploaded an episode of Chicken Hole Base for the first time in a very long time, and so that made me really happy this weekend. I got to watch an update on Chicken Hole Base, and to the two of you who know what I'm talking about, it was like an hour long, and it was great. At this point, I think Cody's Lab is just a wholesome prepper, basically. No, it's all good, Tibbe. Do you think my description of the wholesome prepper is a good one, though, Irene? Since somebody here also watches Chicken Hole Base? Because in many ways, it's just like, yeah, he's just a doomsday prepper now. Like, originally, like, he was trying to make a replica of, like, a theoretical moon base in the middle of the desert, which is what Chicken Hole Base is. But now it's just like, yeah, no, he's just making a enclosed air greenhouse that circulates air and powers itself with solar panels. You currently have a goblin leader under your command. Do tell? I'm trying to decide what I should keep running and what I shouldn't. I'm gonna pause most of these. Keep those running. Get some of the lavish meals going, or get the lavish meals going. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go down to here. You're active. This is not. I need this on. Right here. And I need this to be in the fights zone. Less chemistry these days, which is a shame, but yeah, wholesome prepping. Yep. Educational science YouTube is genuinely one of my favorite parts of YouTube. And then the other video I watched this weekend on YouTube is I watched a 30-minute video about light bulbs because technology connections is too powerful and cannot be stopped. That should be accessible. Oh, hide was the one I turned on, not... Lolar, the mechanic withdraws from society. Why don't I just turn all of these off? Oops. Let's just build this. Also, because this dwarf is now here. Really? That's crazy, Elmiran. You miss Cody's videos on this stuff? Yeah. Yeah, he made another video about light bulbs. Diamond. Why do they always withdraw from society and never deposit into society? Because they withdraw from society to go into a strange mood, but they deposit themselves back into society when the mood is complete. With the item that they make for society. Or themselves if they're really greedy, but, you know. Oh, by using a certain command to command their leader. Oh, are you gonna try and put them in a fortress? What's your plan, Vakruk? You know, this almost makes me want to come up with like a how many Redditors does it take to screw in a light bulb joke, Lamiran? Probably all of them, because they will just argue on the perfect light bulb to replace it with. It's like one to unscrew the light bulb and the rest of them to argue about what kind of light bulb to replace it with. Seems we watch the same stuff. We just have the same taste, friend. While in society, they generate interest? Exactly. Well, we have similar taste is not that... That's not what I meant, Shaku, but... Words have many meanings. And that's not what I meant. Okay, let's drop down to here. Okay, so that's up and running now. Frame rate's bad. It's seized. It depends on exactly what the content of the Siege update is, and I will figure that out when we get to it. But I'm looking forward to the looking forward to the siege mechanisms getting, or siege weapons. Yes, I'm looking forward to the siege weapons getting updated. Let's just keep following the strange mood. Is probably the thing that I'm the most excited for. But after the siege update, I don't know, I want them to go back to the next thing on their list, which is the world rewrite stuff. And returning to villains, which I think is next on the to-do list. But I don't know. I'm not really worrying about that far ahead right now. I would like the villain stuff to get finished so that I could actually have visitors in my tavern again. Because it's like super imbalanced currently and makes no sense and is kind of bad. I.e. you make an artifact and then simultaneously 10 seconds after the artifact is completed, about 100 different entities in the world map all go, I want that as my own. It's kind of annoying. Being forced to endure the decay of their child. Oh, that sucks. Probably both of them too. Blah. So, you know, like, Captain, YouTube chat is asking what the villain stuff is. The villain stuff is the captain of the guard, the justice system, and enemy entities trying to steal your stuff. Because currently they only try to steal your stuff. They're supposed to do more than just try to steal your stuff, and you're supposed to have some abilities to do that to other people, i.e. try and steal their stuff, or tell somebody to go kill somebody, or try and start a coup from a distance, and I think faction swapping is also like a thing in that. Just a lot of systems that Tarn started working on and then stopped working on so that he could then go spend 4 years working on the Steam version. And then an additional 1.5 years to get the adventure mode version out. So like the last villains update was like 2021, I think. But I try not to worry about what's too far ahead because I think you guys probably all know this. Dwarf Fortress development is really slow. And one of the easiest ways I've found historically for myself to burn myself out on Dwarf Fortress is to start banking on, getting excited about, and thinking mostly about stuff that is, by all intents and purpose, far off and not going to be out for a while. Because it becomes, not frustrating, but like tiresome. Having to constantly be speculating on stuff that could be years away, right? Like boats. A lot of people like to speculate and think about boats. I don't see the reason to constantly frustrate myself with that. You know, I'm excited about the Siege stuff because that's what's coming next. I will also say Dwarf Fortress development is slow, but it is also comparable to other games of its size. The difference is we have a roadmap of things that Tarn wants to add for the next 15 years. Most games don't have that, right? Like, it's not that Dwarf Fortress updates particularly faster than something like Minecraft or even something like RimWorld or something like even like Stellaris. It's just we don't know what those games are going to have 3 years from now. Which they've probably already planned out. They just don't have that publicly. Dwarf Fortress's stuff is just public, so it's very easy for people to point and be like, I'm looking forward to that. You kid? Well, I adult, sir. But yeah, fair. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this dwarf from this burrow. because I don't want to accidentally destroy their strange mood. That door's locked. That door's locked. Let's invite them in. Yeah, exactly. It's like they must have some crazy search engine that's just like giving them detailed analysis of all of the crafts being made in the entire planet at the same time. I mean, I'm also very curious to see what the Lua modding capabilities does. Like, the main reason I don't mod the game right now, primarily, is I, play the game as a person who is known for making tutorials for the game, so it's easier to explain the game in a vanilla state. But also, like, mods don't really do much for me because it's mostly just retheming the game and very minor changes. With the Lua integration and stuff, there's a very real reality that I'll start modding the game more. Outside of just the occasional total overhaul retheme of the game. PC Games, thanks for the 6th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, man. I mean, how big is it actually? Check, can I get a round of beers? It's pretty standard. I mean, it's 100 humans and 120 beak dogs. That's pretty standard. And then a handful of goblins. Did you ever watch my video on Gortusk? Dilfo? Massensaurus? Because in the settings, in the difficulty settings, you can actually change the size of sieges. In that fort, I basically removed the cap. Not entirely, but more or less removed the cap. We were getting sieges of about 2,000 entities, mate. The only thing you're really waiting on now that macOS has been deconfirmed for practicality reasons is full keyboard support. I mean, Platinum is working on that. That's coming with the UI and entity rewrites that Platinum's working on. But, like, I would just like to politely tell the person who has 0.5 hours on this game and left a negative review for this version of the game because it doesn't have full keyboard support for Fortress mode. The person who did that, you are a very low person who doesn't really actually value this game, and leaving a negative review like that isn't going to make it come any faster or make it any quicker. They're working on it. It'll be done when it's done. That's all I have to say. I saw that review this morning and felt miffed. Also, Dill, thank you very much for the 18th month. Welcome back, man. Appreciate you. I mean, it's okay. I've got lava. That's where they're going. They're going to the basement where the lava is, unless they climb over my wall, which would be unfortunate. So hopefully they don't do that. I also don't really want to waste all my bolts on them. The frame rate's so low and ad's about to play, but I'm just going to let it run. It's very normal Steam behavior. It's just... it's how you actively hurt the thing that you like in the current year. It really sucks that, like, negative reviews for a game can hurt its sales. Like, algorithmically, because it just gets recommended less. It's sort of like, or it's not even like a YouTube video performing worse because people leave dislikes. Dislikes are interactions, and interactions are good on YouTube. Where are you going? It's a lot more like if people block you on YouTube. Then Blind wanted to strangle somebody. Not strangle somebody, but smack somebody. Well, with a salmon or a trout. Depending on the chat platform. A large trout, specifically. Because they never thought of inventing parachutes. I mean, I've been saying for years it would be really funny if trolls or ogres could pick up goblins and throw them. Because I just want to see them go splat into the side of the wall. Sometimes, YouTube chat, sometimes dislikes can be useful. I once had an editing error halfway through a video that I didn't notice while I was rendering it. And like the 30 dislikes I got in the first 3 minutes the video was up made it clear that I should probably go look. And I did. And then deleted the video and uploaded a fixed one with the rendering error fixed. So, like, sometimes dislike can be useful. Yeah, it's more like Reddit posts. Exactly. But, you know. Also, just as a reminder to everybody, the more people watching the stream, the better I do in general. YouTube chat, if you want to help out the Twitch stream, you can do that by lurking right there. And Twitch chat, if you want to help out the YouTube stream, here's a link. So you could go leave a like, if you like. Just because we're in an ad break and I should leave the game paused for another 30 seconds for those of you who can't see. I mean, well, the rockets wouldn't be very dwarfy or dwarf fortressy. That would be very Warcrafty. Not Warcrafty. Games Workshop-y. I guess Warcrafty too. They have rockets. You don't need to install Twitch. Just open it up in a web browser. I appreciate that, Zakris. You'll probably get a better viewing experience watching here if you have a Twitch sub. Or if you have a Prime sub, rather. I've played Star Sector, I've played CDDA, I've played NetHack, I've played Cogmind, I've played Caves of Cud, I've played Jupiter Hell. All of these have had longer than 10-year development cycles. Whatever in YouTube chat. Legendary Sword Dwarves fighting giant Cyclops Ettins and Ogres, pretty much always dodging and then dismembering the target without being scratched. Fighting, dodging, giants and Cyclopses and Ettins, etc. Pretty much always dodging and then dismembering the target without anything. I mean, yeah, that'll happen because dwarves are very strong. Dwarves are OP. I stated CDDA in that sentence. I don't like it. YouTube chat just asked me if I've played other games that have been in development for more than 10 years. Yes. Technically, I've also played Terraria, which I didn't like. Tarn has stated many times that if you want gunpowder in Dwarf Fortress, you should mod it in yourself because it's outside of the era that they want Dwarf Fortress to take place in technology-wise. Square Doodad in YouTube chat. Hello, Jesus. McFeezus. Oh, it's all good. Skithy. Have I ever beaten NetHack? Not really, no. NetHack didn't interest me that much. I like NetHack in theory. I like more streamlined dungeon crawlers like that. Like, my favorite traditional roguelike is either Doom the Roguelike or Brogue, depending on the day. Yeah, same. Zalvi, same.
Hope you are doing well. On
I-
vacation, smiley face.
Enjoy your vacation. I'm not on vacation, if that's what you're saying. But if you're on vacation, I hope you're enjoying your vacation. What you doing for your vacation? Staycation or go awaycation? I did beat Adom at one point in time, and then tried to get into that Caverns of Chaos, the sequel to Adom, which was awful for many reasons. And I periodically will post negative things about that game. And then the developer followed me on Blue Sky, who's kind of a legend in the community in his own right. Like, he made Adom. Ancient Domains of Mystery, if you don't know what that means. Barony isn't a roguelike. It's a run-based action game. However, Adom developer now is making a new game, which I am actually kind of interested in. Goblin's Been Found Dead? Oh, well, that was dumb. You shouldn't have gone in that way. That was a visitor. Seems like this elf is about to be found dead. Who also is my Outpost liaison. This visitor is ready to leave. I mean, this visitor is about to go die. Seems unwise. You're a big Dungeons & Dreadmore fan? I've tried to get into Dungeons & Dreadmore, but then I just kind of never do. The game that I really want to get back into that I haven't played in a long time is Cogmind. Because Cogmind used to give me severe headaches when I try to play it because of how small the text was. But the developer has like added like 30 fonts to that game and font resizing and fully modularized his UI. So I really need to get back to that one. That's very high on my to-do list. What the hell are you doing, Dwarf? Dig Dugo, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the brand new sub? Well, that's unfortunate. Also, investments are open if you care, chat. No, I could see that, Skithy. Steam's leaderboard functions. Yeah, I don't know. The last rogue-ish thing that I really enjoyed was Path of Acra. That thing was fun. Bastet versus Beak Dog, which is actually pretty good here. Shooting copper bolts at it. Probably kill it, I would think. That or just winding it enough that it dies on its own. I mean, it's just copper bolts. Yeah, I can't breathe. It's going to die of suffocation in a moment. Poor thing. Poor thing. Didn't even know what it was doing. Spawn hates? What a name. It really hates Spawn. It also has a bolt stuck in its head. Better off dead, I say. You can't remember what it's called or what the fuck you saved it to? If you liked it on itch, it might be listed in your itch account. Wasn't Deadwinds, was it? Suffocation, no breathing. There it goes. I may be able to send those squads into this tunnel. I used to play Angband. I never finished Angband. Same with Tales from Middle-earth, now referred to as Tome. Also never finished that. did I respond to the Cataclysm question? The response to the Cataclysm question has been the same for the last 10 years. I don't like open world survival crafting games. I tried. I don't like it. It's too much of an open world survival crafting game, not enough of just a roguelike. I just want a roguelike. I don't want an open world survival crafting game. It's just not a style of game I've ever particularly liked, and Cataclysm is no exception to that rule. Doom Awakening? Doom Awakening? I don't even know what that is. The Were-Lizard Chief? Samatsu Nagosabog Ramazab blah 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 has come. A lizard twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow yellow. Its black scales are blocky and overlapping. You will know why you fear the night. Where is it? That's not okay. Like at all. It's also wielding... Excuse me? Okay, so it just killed that human. Well, it's gonna kill a bunch of... What are you doing? That's funny. I mean, if you insist, dwarves. Also just gonna lock this and lock this. And just presume that you're all dead now. Because what the hell else am I gonna presume? But they killed it. So you've been bloodied to you've been bit. Struck. Okay, so the metalsmith is fine. This dwarf has been bit. Wait, have you been bit? Grabs, bites. Okay, so the miner's been bit. The crafts dwarf has definitely been bit. And the metalsmith is fine. So how about you, the cheesemaker? So you got struck. Yeah, cheesemaker and these two have been bit. Fucking fuck, man. I think I'm just gonna lock the doors now. How are those dwarves even getting there? They climbed over the wall. I don't know why they did that, but they did that. Because, like, there's no roof on this. I'm just going to leave them all up there, and I'm just going to shoot them with Mark's dwarves when they turn. Okay, so now that this is done, I got to go up into here. Let me pull this. It's time to burn them. Okay, Crafts dwarf is dead. Let's also go here. Erase all this. Let them go back inside. Lock this. Lock this. Okay, so they're gonna go pull this lever. So just waiting for a dwarf to show up. All right, chat, can I get a big wall of lava? YouTube folks, you guys can just hit the red square if you like. Seems like Kiddo here is gonna get to do the honors. And here it goes. And now I don't need to worry about the dwarves getting all depressed. Who knows how much longer this will work anyway because of the changes coming to sieges. Gotta enjoy this while we can, you know? Sure, fire emoji works, YouTube chat. Same with volcanoes. Cut my life into pizzas. Can hell creatures become werebeasts? I have no idea. Genuinely? I have no idea. I doubt it. I doubt it, but I have no idea. So everything that they're wearing that isn't made of iron or steel is going to get burned up, including their clothing, which is actually pretty good. I mean, it's certainly going to be helpful for, like, our survivability. Yeah, actually allowing it to get bitten would be the hardest part. I mean, it'd probably be easier if you were playing the were creature, but even then. Copper melts in lava. No wonder you keep losing pickaxes? Yep. Iron and steel don't. Now I need a way of draining this lava. I think that's going to end the siege in a moment, because if I actually hit the U button right here, everything that's flickering red is currently burning. So this will end this goblin siege pretty quickly, because there's a lot of people still standing right there. I mean, there's nowhere for them to go. The way is shut. When they start seeing their friends die, they panic and they run. But the way is still shut. So they don't actually have anywhere to go. Whoa. I guess that's them rolling around in the blood? Something spread the blood out there, which was odd. Oh, I see. A goblin and a beast and one of the beak dogs got into a fight. Yeah, this is them trying to retreat now. Candied bacon to use in cookies? You just made me 10% hungrier. I'll tell you this, though. I did do one super self-indulgent thing over the weekend. This wasn't really baking, but I went out for breakfast one day during my weekend, and I had a whole duck leg and waffles. It's very good. It's very good. Very tasty. There's a breakfast place that's kind of close to me that specializes in various duck things. Yep. It's like chicken and waffles, but duck leg instead of chicken. Not to be like specific, Jesus, but calling ducks chickens of the sea. Isn't it more chickens of the lake? You don't really see ducks in the sea very often. Duck is very tasty, yeah. Very tasty. Their waffles are really good, too. Very crispy. River chickens. Yeah, it's like lake chickens. Yeah, it's like harbor chickens, maybe. Pond chickens? Pond chickens. My mom loves to tell this story about growing up when she had bantam chickens, because they basically raised her geese, because growing up they also had geese. And this bantam chicken would have like a mental breakdown conniption fit whenever its geese would go for a swim, because it raised a bunch of geese for them, because they'll just sit on any egg and raise it. But they're geese, right? So they float. And this mom chicken would freak the fuck out because, like, her babies were just, like, you know, drowning, according to her chicken brain. So now that I go here, then again, I need to connect this to a lever up here, but and there goes the last of them. Lakes are just baby seas. I'm not certain I agree with this statement. Jesus, I think that some of your information might be outdated. I don't actually know how this water got down here. Side note. Must have gotten down there a while ago. Awkward. I don't think that's how that word works. Oceans being really big lakes. Corn Knob! Thank you very much for the 19th month. Welcome back. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the 19 months with Prime? One starts with an O and the other starts with a C. That's my definition. I need somewhere to put armor. More salt water? Most certainly. But there are saltwater lakes, not to be confusing with anything. Satiz, thanks for the Prime sub. Also what Graknork said. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that Prime sub as well? Please and thank you. And we got a few minutes left on the NAS fund goal, so I'm going to restart that. There is salt freshwater mixed sea next to Finland and Sweden. Sounds like a more of a B to me, less of a C. All right, let's go all the way back to what matters, which is down here. Who's ready to cave this in? It's not quite ready to go yet, but we can have it ready to go real soon. Let's next that one. Minus the part where I dig through this. Get rid of all that. And eventually this. And then we can dig down. Lolar Orunlorbam has created an obsidian mechanism and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. That's pretty cool. This is an obsidian mechanism. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval obsidian cabochons and round jet cabochons and decorated with forgotten beast leather and encircled with bands of electrum. This object menaces with spikes of obsidian, rose quartz, and on the item is an image of a gizzard stone in obsidian. On the item is an image of Udib, Magic Whip, the dwarf in Tower Cap. On Udib, Magic Whip is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dwarf Udib, Magic Whip in SKULLPONDERS in the mid-autumn of 1076. And the item is an image of Iron Guild, the curved black metal sword in jet. And that I'm going to put in the middle of my tavern. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, but we'll figure it out when we get there. Probably do something with the like final pull lever of the end of the fortress or something. So all of my marks dwarves are over here, patiently snoozing and waiting for these guys to turn, which is going to be soon. And then the two that turn, because it's going to be two of them, they're just going to kill them, is what's going to happen. Just go get drinks and then go stand there. And they're just going to fill this whole thing up with dwarves. Can let you out, though. Did you get bit? No, you just got grabbed. You can get out. All right, we got a little bit of time until the full moon. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go top off my water because I am out of water. All right. Water hath been topped off. I mean, it's a grim time, but at the same time, you know, they got bit. Not this squadron, you know. If they hadn't been bit, this wouldn't be a problem. But they got bit. They were trying to be heroes, but unfortunately, not everybody can be a hero. Just let them go get drinks if they need them. Meanwhile, the Forgotten Beast Aros Kubaskarak Stin has come, a towering one-eyed lizard. Yep. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it is slavering. Its azure scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware its deadly dust. Well, okay. So, it can reach the fort, but only from this cavern layer through this door. So if I block this, we shouldn't really be at threat for the time being. Just also watching this from the corner. Wait, what? There it is. Okay, so you're now closed. Now I can go back to staring at this for the moment, and then we'll fight with that. Sometimes you make a mistake and you have to pay the price, right? And I'm allowing these dwarves to die for the greater good of the fort. Ideally, only one of them is going to turn. I think actually only one of them got bit. And if that's the case, then ideally, the one that is going to turn is just going to turn into a pincushion immediately and not kill anybody else. Otherwise, it is what it is, you know? So what do you think, chat? Is one of them going to turn or are two of them going to turn? And are they going to get over the wall? Those are the questions, because they very well might. And if they do, well, you know. I'm in an ad break right now, but I will pause the game right before the full moon, which is in just a few days here. I'm also hoping for a safe survivor. 12th. I think it's the 16th is the full moon, or it's either the 16th or the 14th. Why not banish them? Because then they're going to go spread the infection and cause more death. And this is more dramatic and fun. Like significantly more fun. Your laptop is paid off? There you go. Fingers crossed I get my NAS paid off in a reasonable amount of time. Okay, we're up to the 14th. Okay, so it's 2 more days, I guess. 15th or 16th. We keep having to deal with lycanthropes because other forts keep banishing people. Exactly! Yeah, no, we're fixing the problem before it starts. Also, all of the birds in here are named, so this is actually solving the problem of me not being able to, like, execute these birds. The cursed buck stops here. The cursed dollar. Okay, so they both turned. They are immediately... Here, let's zoom out ever so slightly. They're immediately going for the peacocks. The Marks dwarves are shooting a huge volley of arrows. An arm just went flying. We've got one dwarf trying to climb over. And them falling down. Well, that's terrible. Upper body is bruised and leg is bruised. Well, shit. Where's the other one? Oh, I see. They're both there. Well, that's not good. This is really bad, actually. This just turned worse. I mean, maybe not worse, but fun. Where's that dwarf who's hanging? This dwarf. Hasn't been bit yet. Okay, have you been bit? Nope. Orc with bow actually would be pretty good if orc with bow got bit, because orc with bow is kind of a problem. Okay, so you are dead now, most likely, to this dwarf right here. Who's Haggard? Is it still the two of them in one spot? Yeah, okay. Well, he's dodging. Okay, so this dwarf is also a very, very, very talented militia dwarf. So for all intents and purposes, he's just dodging literally everything. Olin the were-lizard is bled to death. Oh, shit. That's bad. Hold on. Who did you bite? You got struck by the chief medical dwarf. Bit a metalsmith. Wait, what? How did you even get in here? Okay, well. I have to go through every single dwarf here. Yeah, punched, kicked. Clear. You jumped out of the way. You're fine. And what I might have to do is just seal off the hospital. Yeah. We're gonna have to just seal off the hospital. Like, basically turn off orderlies and seal off the hospital. Freeways didn't get bit. Seems like only one has gotten bit so far. You punched it a bunch. You whacked it with a pick. You got shook around. And shook around, yeah, because this dwarf got bit in the neck. Crafts dwarf. Which is you. Actually, can you breathe? Okay, that's going to solve itself. I think it's literally just the one. Maybe two. Yeah, because you got punched and kicked. You got bit, but you're going to die of cannot breathe. You didn't get bit. So the two in this pile that got bit can't breathe. So ideally that'll just sort itself out. Then down here we've got two more. I don't care. Ask me when the fight is over. Post beers till then, Zalvi. Also, I think you're already dead, but... Yes, you're already dead. You died before this fight. You died in that big siege. You jumped away, you jumped away. Bites the weaponsmith. So you orc with bow's been bit. You haven't been bit. You haven't been bit. Brewer, I think, has been bit. Yep. Jeweler punches it. You haven't done anything yet. You haven't been hit yet. After the second video came to Twitch to see if you had a channel instantly followed. Dude, this is a lifesaver. I've been streaming on Twitch for almost 12 years now. In November, it will be 12 years. So, you know, I've been on Twitch a lot longer than I've been on YouTube. Well, active on Twitch a lot longer than I've been active on YouTube. Well, you know, honestly, I feel like it's better to be a Twitch Dwarf Fortress guru than it is to be a love guru. Okay, so you're just biting the same dwarf repeatedly. They both are. Don't want more dwarves to join in with this nonsense. This is gonna be fun to go through. Bites the planter. Bites the jeweler. Grabs, 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 scratches. Here come the marks, dwarves. Shooting bolts. Kicks the boyer, bites the jeweler. Bites the jeweler. You were bit, right? Kicks, bite, scratches. You haven't been bit yet. This is getting pretty bad. Bites the metalsmith. Yeah, we're just going to need to lock down the hospital. Oh, there was another one over there. Okay, so this is gonna be fun. Who likes fun, chat? I like fun. Let's prep for some fun. I'm under the assumption now that anybody and everybody that goes to the hospital is a were creature. That's my assumption. So, we're going to build these, and I'm going to seal them off. And I'm going to block this door. I'm going to go to orderlies, and I'm going to edit it. The only task actually in orderlies is recovering wounded. Now, I'm not going to do anything else. I'm also going to get rid of all of my diagnosers. I'm going to allow everybody on orderlies. So let's recover the wounded, but lock the door. It could be a pretty big population hit, yep. How many dwarves are still recovering wounded? 1. All right. Well, well, wish us luck. The other thing I'm going to do is this and this. No, I don't. I now have a bunch of dwarves I need to execute. If I was thinking about it that way, I would be playing this fort very differently. But I don't really want to take the frame rate hit. I mean, if you want to see somebody do that, just go watch Hoodie Hair's video on it. It's not exactly a practical thing to use them, and they're more of a pain in the ass than not. I need consistency and reliability. Where creatures are anything but consistent and reliable. So no, I'm just going to have to execute them, unfortunately. Good news is, more or less everything that got bit died. I'm just sad that Romanoid died. I liked that dwarf. But you can think about it that way all you want. I'm going to just kill them. I mean, did you get bit? No, you didn't. Who are you trying to have a meeting with? Probably the Holy Gravel, right? Where creatures can't starve. So no, I can't starve them out. The fuck happened to Lolar? Am I also getting attacked by a Forgotten Beast? Wouldn't that be fun? Ah, yes we are. See, this is a bigger problem. Fortunately, it's not doing a very effective job at actually damaging anything and seems to mostly just be sending boulders everywhere. I hope you guys are entertained, chat. If you are, please show your entertainment by posting beers or something else. Fortunately, aside from the dwarves that are silly and run in and fight it for no reason, I do have it at a safe distance. So my Marks dwarves can turn it into a pin cushion, hopefully. They're punching it mostly. It is dying. Bits of it have flown off. Hopefully its extract isn't too big of a deal. Come on, dwarves. This is the fort where we beat Dwarf Fortress, not die-to-wear creatures. Poink! Oh, that looked painful. There we go. It's winded. It cannot breathe. And its guts are hanging out, so its time is now numbered. Very numbered. Its timer's been set. Hang in there, dwarves. Dozens of tutorials, maybe more. Okay, well, aside from that, using a shit ton of bolts, it is dead now. It appears that these dwarves are getting a fever. So worse things have happened. Like this, as an example. Oh god, it's dust? Yeah, it just seems to be a fever, though, so assuming it doesn't make them stop breathing or something, it shouldn't be too bad. But if it does, then, well, we'll deal with that when we come to it. We will deal with that when we come to it. Speaking of dealing with that when we come to it, I'm going to pull a lever down here real quick. Because this is completely disconnected. Hey chat, holler at me when we get close to the next full moon if I don't notice. Foul, you die, creature. Foul. All things concerned, though, this could be going a lot worse. Like, this is going to really start to weigh on us if it keeps up. But it could be worse. It could certainly be a lot worse. What's up, White Rock? Or White Rook, not White Rock. White Rock is a place close to me. White Rook is the name of you in chat. Okay, so this is connected to this. So once I have a bunch of Mark Dwarves up here, I'll be able to pull that lever. Oh, shit. There's not that many dwarves left in that squad. Well, Stone is my moderator, and Stoned is my other moderator. So if we have another Stone, that's just going to get more confusing. I kind of miss Stone Pants, though. I'm glad you're entertained, Bert. Stone Pants was pretty funny. Your nickname is Bert Stone? Disagree. Your name is Bert Clues. If that's your nickname, you haven't dedicated very much to it. Well, if there's a rock, there must also be a rule. You know, the craziest part about this whole current situation in this fort is that it's almost time to trade. So it's like, no matter how crazy things get, now I need to trade all of a sudden. Somebody just described, I checked my email and someone just described finding my email like working for the Secret Service. It's literally in the contact section of my website. I removed it from YouTube because I got tired of spam. I was wondering where all your data was going. It was Flight Simulator 2020. That checks out. Hello, Drew Scriber. Everybody must get stoned. I mean, hey. What's the dominant religion? Everybody really likes the god of minerals and gems is the most common one. It's like, I think every major religion in this fort is a different denomination worshipping the same god. You know, I've only ever had spam, like the thing, like the foodstuffs, once in my life, and it was while I was camping. I don't get it. That's all I have to say about spam. Also, I need to go up here and open this. And I also need to pull this. Because pulling this will cave this in. Yeah, okay. So these dwarves both got covered by that dust. It doesn't seem like it's that bad of a dust, but... I mean, I could be being just overly optimistic here, but I don't think we should be too worried. This should cave this in. Don't see anything that's holding it up. Just looking for a dwarf who's going to go pull a lever. You've had spam just once out of curiosity, might as well just munch on a salt rock. I mean, like, when camping, that's not the worst thing. It makes me painfully motion sick, Deep Rock Galactic. I liked it a little bit more in early access because the guns were smaller before they ported it to consoles, and the FOV was less narrow. We check first heat. What devilry is this? Ah, sweet. Okay, so we can clear back up to the surface because that was everything. It was just 2 of those we checked for heats. Thief, thief. Kobolds! Hello, kobolds. Goodbye, kobolds. Okay, so when they turn here, I'm going to need to scream for my life, basically. Wants large cut rock gems, which you make out of yak hoofs. There you go. You know, I love the fact that the dwarf game tag exists, but on the same hand, I hate the fact that the dwarf game tag exists. Because the dwarf game tag exists, people constantly ask me about Deep Rock Galactic, which is a game in a genre that I don't particularly care for, in a style that's kind of neat, but quite literally, I have zero interest in that game. Outside of it was a thing that I played a couple times with friends and then gave up because I just wanted to throw up after a 30-minute play session every time. Yet for some reason, there's now a body in my well. For some reason, people constantly ask me about it because it's a dwarf game, and I think the tag is funny. That's about it. Deep Rock Galactic, Rock and Stone. It's the kind of Left 4 Dead-ish science fiction dwarf game. It's like, I don't play Dwarf Fortress because it's dwarves. I play Dwarf Fortress because it's deep and it surprises me. Like, quite literally, I have zero interest in Deep Rock Galactic. I mean, it's fair to be curious. But it's one of those questions that I get all the time that I just kind of roll my eyes at this point. I love that there's also this Marks Dwarf in the middle of them. Zulban, you have the opportunity to become a hero if you don't turn. One of the dwarves in here drowned in my well, by the way. You need to be like a Twitch archivist to really know what the chat mini game is. It's pretty simple though. Also in an ad break currently, but I'm just gonna let it run because I'm waiting until the next full moon. I really hope that we can have some good news for a little bit because, my God, these dwarves need to pick me up really bad. We just haven't had anything go our way today. Like, not at all. Although the population is still pretty high up, so there is that. I think it's the 12th, I want to say. Another dwarf was found dead, drowned. Same with you. I love that the dwarves are just drowning themselves now. Because they're trying to escape. And that's the route that they're taking. Which is kind of terrifying, actually. Best of luck, Dig Duggo. And 80 KV, thank you very much for that prime. Appreciate you. All right, we're up to the 10th. Oh boy. 11th. I think it's the 12th. I think. Waiting, 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 waiting. Come on. We're not in a death spiral. What are you talking about? Do you mean them walking in a circle? Oh, I put them in a patrol because it was easier than telling them to station. I'm going to give you a well. Something that won't die. Thanks, game. Mostly, I just don't want to lose focus on this. Has it been since earlier? I don't know when you left. Terrible. Everything has been bad. Where creatures... Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oops. There's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're there. So orc with bow. Oh. Actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all in the hospital. Okay. Weaponsmith has been found dead, which is that dwarf right there. And the firing squad opens up, and this dwarf is earning their pay right here. It's one down, and another forgotten beast shows up, this one with poison vapors. It's a huge feathered 8-legged crocodile. It squirms and fidgets, and I cry inside, and it has its olive feathers are long and narrow. Beware its poison vapor. Where is it? I can make it into there. Let's see if I can close this. These dwarves need a break. So do I. That's 2 down, 3 down, and 4 down. Okay, well, we maybe actually have time. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to dig through this and unlock all of these. I'm gonna give this dwarf crossbow iron. Crossbow iron very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he lives a fast-paced life. He's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he's conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he finds obligations confining. Though he is conflicted by this, for more than one reason. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He spent months getting to know a bunch of dwarves in the hospital and then had to stand there and shoot them, while some of them climbed into the well and drowned themselves. He tends to think before acting, and he occasionally overindulges. He's troubled by this because he values self-control. He doesn't handle stress well, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and dreams of raising a family. I gave you a well mostly so I would remember to give you a dwarf. He likes malachite and trifle pewter as well as jade, giant penguin leather, and ibex horn, the color mauve, splints, and cows for their hunting moose. Welcome to the fort. You do not have any family, and most of your friends are dead. Well, your 2 best friends are dead, one of which you just met in the hospital. So, you know, it's dark times indeed. Also, gonna just assign a few different things real quick. And gonna go back to orderlies. We're going to adjust that slightly, and I'm also going to make a new one. Well, this is going to be for stitches, surgery, also diagnosis, and also setting bones. Basically for anybody in this top section. Okay, where's this beast? Where is this beast? Where is this beast? Where's this beast? Where's this beast? Well, it's moving towards the fort at pretty blitzing speed. The Marks dwarves begin to shoot. Lorbam, the Mace dwarf, stands there like a idiot. This dwarf flies to pieces. Why? Okay, well, I guess so. Marks dwarves are shooting as best as they can. Freeways is bleeding. Marks dwarves are trying to turn it into a pincushion. The creature is winded and bleeding heavily. More of my squads are dying, but its guts are hanging out. Its time is now limited. Lorbam, the Mace Dwarf, hasn't fallen yet, neither has Thulteg the Wrestler. Ah. It seems to be spontaneous heavy bleeding, which is pretty brutal. So Freeways, Udil, and Lorbam have all died. Armok bless the ranged dwarves because they're the reason these dwarves survived as well as they did. Zwarii IHC has died as well. Brutal day. Holy shit. But we really need to trade with the Mountain Home. Really need to trade with the Mountain Home. Like, badly. Marksdorf saving the day, correct. However, I need to trade. You amuse yourself due to an Olm diet, perhaps. Oh, what? Because, like, are Olms toxic? I mean, I just presume that they always ate the mushrooms. The various mushroom trees in the vicinity. I also can't remember what they asked me to give them, but that's because it was like a year ago that I traded last. Oh, I mean, a week ago that I traded last. Also, Ashweekat says post beers. So post beers. So we right before the first big fight, which was the first population drop, was last week, and we had 230 population before that. Then we dropped down to 150. Then we went back up to 180, and now we're back down to 140. It's been pretty brutal, but like. This is recoverable. I mean, it's been recoverable. It's just gonna be tough. All right. I would say mostly we just need a bunch of trading so we can guarantee a big migrant wave, but yes. See? Burying the dwarves that died. Oh. Rather than migrants to the capital? I feel like that's most fortresses, though. Although, is it not entertaining? I think it's pretty entertaining, so perhaps these dwarves agree that the chaos can be entertaining. Excuse me. It's one of my favorite. It's one of your favorite forts that I've done. I mean, this has been one of my favorite recent ones, just because it's been such a long time since I've done like such a long-term fort. I really like doing long-term forts. I just don't often stick with them because after a while, a lot of people stop tuning in. Like, and this fort has been past that point for a while. I'm just kind of saying fuck it this time around. It's been a while since I've said fuck it, basically. Has lag gotten much better? Well, we've got less dwarves now, so the frame rate is higher in general, but it's still stuttering, just not as consistently or as frequently, which is nice. So yes, it's gotten better. It's still not great, but I think like that just kind of comes with the territory of running such a large, weird fort with so many open spaces and access to so many places. I think people just like, I've been thinking a little bit about why less people tune in for longer term forts. And I think it just kind of comes down to a new fort is easier to follow if you're new to the game. And it turns out probably the majority of the people who watch Dwarf Fortress are, by all intents and purpose, new to the game. So, you know, streamer's going to sell out for a second here and just remind everybody, it only takes 1 bit to get number 2 on the bits leaderboard. 6 subscriptions to get number 3 on the gift subs leaderboard. But streamer here is trying to pay for a NAS, which he purchased this morning, and also have some change aside to be able to buy some hard drives, which are fucking expensive. Reason is, it turns out video footage is big, and I have a lot of it. I get about 30 gigs of footage per stream, and I need more terabytes of storage space. So if you happen to have a Prime sub, think of me. In how much they've played instead of just watching or reading the wiki. Chat, how many hours do you have in Dwarf Fort, out of curiosity? Because to me, I think I was still like very much learning the game until I hit like hour 2000 probably. Like there was that was kind of like the period of time before I stopped like actively finding new stuff. Now I still find new stuff, it's just less frequent. Drew Scriver, thanks for the brand new, or bringing back that subscription for an 11th month. And Cats Games, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Help you. Thank you very much for helping me out. Appreciate you. Cricket in YouTube chat says 500. Corbin Smith says 600. We got about 20 minutes from Biffin. Gotcha. 87.3. Really? For some reason, I thought you were higher suited. 27, 713, 500, 460. Nice. Seroy, 200. That's reasonable. Like 20. Fair. Yeah, I don't know. To me, I think like 10 to 20 hours is like know the basics enough that you can play the game and like keep a fort stable. And then everything beyond that is just like finding depth, basically. At least that's what it was for me. That's just going to be a... What? I can't give them those as a gift? Nah. Why can't I give that to you as a gift? It's goofy. All right, fine. Just buy stuff then. They brought a bunch of random ass animals, which I don't really need. I will buy those bolts, though. And Dwarf Johnson, thanks for that Prime subscription for a second month. Welcome back. 162 hours, 240, 183. It's a very good value. Even like on the low end, Dwarf Fortress is a good value for the money, in my humble opinion. You started watching YouTube videos after about 20 hours of gameplay to learn how to optimize or improve pre-designed setups or something. I think a lot of people start off watching Dwarf Fortress YouTube videos. I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, but like, I think a lot of people discover that Dwarf Fortress exists from YouTube videos and then, or reading about it or something. Big Bang, thanks for the $10. Appreciate you.
Big Bang A1 cheered. X1000.
Hey, Telenartho. How are you? Checking to get a round of beers for those brand new subs, the Prime sub, and then the $10. It's now a hype train. To level up, it needs 4 subscriptions or $20 in bits. Thanks, man. 150 from Kenjin in YouTube chat. Mac Cart's attack is 88. 677 though, TBH. It's much of that is idle time where the game was set on the main screen. You probably have 200 hours of actual gameplay. Yeah, that's fair. Really? In YouTube chat, Rodo says you're the first streamer you actually follow because you play the game at the same time that you watch. Does that make the game easier for you? Or more enjoyable in a way? Or is it kind of like a cooperative experience at that point? So I need to drain my well. Because turns out there's a bunch of dead dwarves who need to be released from my well. Like 10 years ago, that was longer than 10 years ago at this point. 80K, but I think that was like 12 or 13 years ago now. Because that was what, 2014? Tips, context, fair, true. Well, happy it's helpful. I used to play League of Legends while watching League of Legends, and it made League of Legends significantly harder. Especially because, like, in games like that, which are just, you know, like distilled versions of variants of toxicity, and not the song, so it doesn't get the banger chorus. A lot of the time, what would happen is I would run into something that would start to frustrate me in League, or the streamer who I was watching would start to get frustrated by something in their game, and then I would just start raging because the person I was watching was raging. It was never good. Helps you remind you to make slabs, clothes, and check on your basement. Good play commentary. Cheers. I feel like I get off topic a lot, but when you have 2 or 0, sorry. See, when there's zero dwarves still alive, you maybe had too many dead dwarves. I didn't get to trade last year because we were under siege, as far as I know. So it's been a while since I've traded. You know, it's kind of funny. League of Legends taught me that nobody knew how to spell League, including myself back in the day. And these days, Roguelikes teaches me that nobody knows how to spell Rogue, or everybody's hand is like slightly off on the keyboard, so they spell it Rouge. Like 9 out of 10 times, it's Rouge. You haven't found a single cave? Layer 0? That doesn't really mean anything. I mean, this fort is built on layer 38. Unless you mean you've gone all the way to the bottom. A rouge light. Yes, I like it when it's a rouge light. Question is, have you ever tried a rouge nightlight? FTL like? Everybody in video game genre naming conventions is just a Valley girl. Like that, or just like old school Facebook posters. I'm not sure which one I would prefer to be. Probably Valley girl. Yeah. Well, it's time to start going out to the sides. YouTube chat. You know, I might chat. How many of you have like dug all the way to the magma sea, hit lava, or like found semi-molten rock, but hadn't hit any of the caverns yet? Because like that happens to everybody, I think. Like I think everybody's had that day where you just dug really deeply and somehow managed to miss everything all the way down. And then when you finally find them, it's like, oh, I was like one tile too far to the left. It's usually how that goes. At least for me, that's usually how it goes. When map gen was buggy last year? Fair. That's weird. Because I haven't changed anything with map gen. What did you run into that was buggy? Unless you like just landed in a really weird map. I know that stuff like still breaks sometimes with map gen, but like what happened exactly? I mean, I had that weird map on the last fort that I did where the cavern layers like weren't connected at all. That was weird. Oh yeah, I've seen those every now and again. Those are cool. Those are some of my favorite, like the really deep cavern layers. Those are cool. Big fan of those. They add such a awesome sense of scale to the game. For your first fort hit molten lava before finding any caves? Really? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just means that you missed what you were aiming for, I guess. There's a joke in there somewhere, but... You play on a 1x1 to help performance? I don't think I could ever really do 1x1 unless I was specifically just playing on a 1x1 map. Like, I can do 2x2s. 1x1's a bit small. That being said, that is the best way to, like... you know, make the game run well is just lower that map size and lower that population. There's a shirtless dwarf running around in this. Why are you shirtless, dwarf? I really hope that you get to, you know, you also really want to practice martial art. Zon the shirtless. The muscle thunk. Get into a squad. Go practice martial art. Not always, Vid. I've seen like 3 dwarves fighting against 1 enemy make the frame rate go to 0. There are certain things that can cause that to happen. You switch to 3x3 for performance, and even that feels a bit crowded. I think I only start to feel claustrophobic at 2x2, but... And you can't believe you forgot to subscribe. Bleed D Anger in a YouTube chat says liked the video and subscribed. Watched a lot of your videos. I can't believe I forgot to subscribe. YouTube has done such a good job completely disincentivizing all subscriptions. Like, would you believe 1.5% of my views per month come from the subscription box? Which is fucked as far as I'm concerned. Like, subscribing to a channel just tells YouTube to recommend the channel to you slightly more frequently. That's all it really does. Also, like, the last video I uploaded got like 30 views from notifications. Maybe that's why my YouTube algorithm isn't better, is because like nobody hits the bell on my channel because I literally never tell people to do it. Although I upload irregularly enough now, maybe I should. I just feel like a weirdo doing that. Notifications box never works. I presume that too, because I've clicked it on a few channels and I don't see them. I'm one of the, I almost exclusively still watch videos off of the subscribed feed. Almost exclusively, which is actually, believe it or not, the reason I unlist all of my streams after the fact, because I don't want to fill people's subscription box up with it. Because personally, I get really fucking annoyed when it's just like 5 streams I have to scroll past on my TV or out on my computer when I'm watching YouTube videos. It really, really, really genuinely irritates the hell out of me. A gremlin. Come on, gremlin. Go pull that lever. You know you want to. Go pull that lever. You know you want to. Go pull it. 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 Grr. It didn't pull it. It could have pulled it. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm sitting here thinking, man, go pull the lever, gremlin. There's a fucking tree that grew in the doorway to the lever. Wow. Just fucking wow. I'll admit that is kind of amazing, but... Do you ever tune into my stream sober? I'm pretty sure every other time you're just like, I'm drunk, blah! Hi, drunk, I'm blind. Those things armor. Something, something, the room reference. Thank you, Armor. Please drink water. You installed unhooks in your browser tabs, so they're the only thing that is shown to you, making managing your subfeed viable? Unhook? I don't know what unhook is. EXEG, what up? There were quite a few channels you had to sub to because they were too prolific. What, as in like uploading too much? I think I was very much one of those channels for a while. Also, it's good to see you. I felt bad the other day. You tuned in right when I was ending. I was like, oh, shit. No. I don't know. I think, like, at most right now, I upload maybe twice a week. And that's, like, at most. That's, like, a busy week. Wow. They just finished trading. There they all go. Used clothing delivery. Incoming. So I need to check something. What is beneath this? Because if it's open floor, okay. I can't really... I can't put a mist generator here because that will kill my dwarves. However, I can put one here. Basically. So I'm going to floor this up right here. Well, no, I'm just going to put one right here. Yeah, we're just going to put one right here. Because I need to fix these moods at all costs right now. Your dwarf is still, in fact, the vampest of pyres. It is terrifying, but you're very good at it, so credit where credit's due, I suppose. I don't know how I'm going to power this, but I'll figure it out. Then let's go up here. Let's throw this in here. If you really want that to be a challenge, turn your economy onto hard. You go to the difficulty settings and you set economy onto hard, then the value of all the buildings needs to be way higher. So whenever they demand a guild hall, you need like basically double the value. Or maybe it's 3 times the value actually, because it's 6,000 for the default and then 30,000 for the grand. So massively increases the value requirements on buildings, which I think can be kind of fun sometimes. How much value are you generating? Okay, let's just get rid of this sucker. Well, actually, let's keep you. Let's just go here. Let's go that way. You become a glazed statue enjoyer. I very rarely do stuff with porcelain and clay. Like, don't get me wrong, it's neat, but it's just so rare that I find it. It's not something I usually go out of my way to look for. Sorry, I feel like I'm doing a terrible job reading chat, but for whatever it's worth, this fort has been kind of psychotic today. So hopefully we get a breather here. Fingers crossed, I mean, let's be real. You love malachite and jade statues? Yeah, malachite is a material that I started to hate because of Risk of Rain. And it's a material that I've learned to love again because of Dwarf Fortress, so... Like, Dwarf Fortress teaches me to love malachite, Risk of Rain teaches me to hate it. It's like either the world's most annoying baddie power-up or, like, one of the coolest colors. Take your pick. Okay. Desperately need to fix these moods before things start to break. We're not quite there, but we'll be there very soon if I let things sit. Just getting all of those tasks up and running again. It's less hitchy than it was, but it's not great. I mean, I'm currently sitting at what, 30 FPS, which isn't good, but it is more consistently functional than it was several streams ago, yes. Calling it good, though, is maybe being a bit generous. But it is certainly more consistent, which is nice. It has certainly been more consistent. Why don't I just make a wooden cork? Just one. Oh, do I not have a manager right now? No, I do. What's my manager up to? Storing item in a bin. Why? Sure. Well, I mean, yeah, no, it's absolutely playable. Not locking up and seizing is a nice change for sure. Well, good luck with that there, Dwarf. This is going to be kind of a hilariously inefficient setup, but whatever. Sometimes I care. Today, not really. Also, if I move this up one more, I can make it slightly less inefficient. It would be actually really funny if this whole setup just straight up doesn't work because I don't have enough power. Because this is just some windmills connected to this. So I may have to actually build more windmills, which, you know, that's fine. It's not too hard to do. Yes, Lazy Man, what would you like? This fort, unfortunately, doesn't actually have an aquifer in it. Which is very rare for me. I usually go out of my way to try and find aquifers, or try and avoid not settling on aquifers. But yeah, this one, I wish it had an aquifer. My life would be a lot easier if it did. There we go. Why? Because I don't have an aquifer in this fort? Yeah. Aquifers make life a lot easier. The vehemently anti-aquifer crowd are mostly gone these days, too. It's mostly just very new players now that are frustrated by them, but, like, for, like, those of you who've only started playing since the Steam version, like, it used to only be heavy aquifers, so, like, the community was pretty split at one point, which was people who screamed, "Get good, noobs," and then everybody else who was like, yo, these are ridiculous. Like, actually, these are ridiculous. And I was always somewhere in the middle. So that's got 80 free power. How much is this thing using currently? Not enough. So I'm going to have to go up to here. These are tower caps. And then I'll get that dwarf named. Thanks for the 50 cents, Big Bang. The candied bacon is done. Now it's time to make cookies. You just want to use some bacon in. There you go. Do you have dough like pre-made and then you just add stuff to it? But any cool crafters? Define cool crafter. I've got a shit ton of smiths and weaponsmiths because that is the primary guild. But we've also got fuck tons of weavers and got some gem cutters. Depends on what you want, really. I've got one gem cutter alive. I think the rest all died in that last outbreak. Does that work for you? Makes an easy choice. All right. Almost said lazy Nan. I was like, Galley Branded is your name. You have a pet gosling and no friends. You worship a god I'm not familiar with. You're a member of the Copper Faith. The Copper Faith. You worship the god of fires and metal, which is pretty cool. Power metal god. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. Actually, hold on a second. There's something I need to check real quick. Okay. And would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. He doesn't mind the little tumult and discord in day-to-day activity, in day-to-day living, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he is stubborn, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He does not often feel lustful, and he isn't particularly curious. He isn't particularly ambitious. He's very humble, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and likes limonite, gold, sunstone, and the color beige, millstones and donkeys for their stubbornness. Probably also bought an ass, and the words of the Golden Gorge, and the sound of the velvety incenses, and the sight of the velvet of meadows. When possible, he prefers to consume brook lamprey, pear cider, and absolutely hates bats. His right ear is gone, and his long hair is braided, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven, and he has very low cheekbones. Once again, he's got a pet gosling, and I think that's everything. Welcome to the fort. His ears are kind of bloody. He did actually have a pretty bad injury once and got a torn artery. This was about a year ago now. Hopefully you make something cool. Well, currently you're just increasing the value of my things. So down here, I should be able to queue up the last pump. It's turned out looking real good, enemy. Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, man, like, Big Bang does this quite a lot. You know, talks about cookies that they're making. And every time it just makes me kind of hungry. So, like, now I've got cookie envy. Thank you. Thank you. Not that I mind. I mean, I'm sure there's worse things to have than cookie envy, but still, though. I'm actually going to get rid of these two. I'd rather they use this. No, it's all good. You're allowed to have a hobby, and I like the hobby. It's just, it makes me jealous. I'm allowed to be jealous of your hobby, okay? I think I'm allowed to be jealous of your hobby anyway. The other, like, half of this is, like, I am diabetic, so cookies are kind of a medical emergency only and or I feel like shit thing. So I'm just kind of jealous. But it's okay. Don't let my jealousness hurt your enjoyment of said cookies. Please enjoy said cookies. I don't want to take that away from anybody. Is that you post results in Discord? I'm pretty sure that's correct. And also, I'm pretty sure they do post the results in Discord. Total power, 120. So this whole thing is locked because it doesn't have enough power right now, which means we're literally just waiting on this. And you're counting calories. I do that in the around the holidays, Big Bang. I became the quote-unquote most valued customer at the pub that I used to frequent because over the holidays I brought 2 batches of fudge, 2 batches of cookies, and a big pile of leftover desserts that I made for like the holidays. Yeah. I mean, like, it was good, but there was no way I was going to eat those myself. Like, just no way. Coming up with the cookie and making other people happy was the best. Yeah, I mostly just made oatmeal cookies, though. Jesus wants some cookies, Big Bang. How do you feel about this? You learned to make a no-carb cheesecake? I feel like that's like an anti-cheesecake at that point. Not that I'm trying to gatekeep cheesecake, but like, I feel like if the cheesecake isn't like belligerently terrible for you, is it really cheesecake? I mean, like, come on.
Cheese for everyone!
So the fort is still hitching sometimes, but it is way less consistent. Also good to see you, Cyrolac. How's the invasion going? Terrible. We keep getting sidetracked because things keep going horribly wrong. Aside from the part where things keep going horribly wrong, pretty good. I mean, we're making progress, slowly. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Ever so slowly. Got Vile, who somehow survived through a lot of really ridiculous situations. It's now filling this up. Okay, well, there's one of 2 deep down there. Someone else should be coming to fill this up with a bucket. It's a child, in fact. Let's hope that this child can get down there before it, like, ceases to function. Grr. Took too long. Okay, well, I'll just put 2 fill orders onto that. Heh. Now I got 2 dwarves drowning. Well, that's not really what I intended to have happen here. Well, there goes at least 2, maybe, nope, 3 dwarves. Awkward. The things you do to save the others, I guess. Time to do the investing. Dig Duggo. You know, with the number of dwarves we've lost, what's 2 more at this point? How come these never got finished? What? You know what, let's just cancel these. I'll just let it be muddy. So now they're going to be forced to walk past this. And hopefully, big exclamation point on hopefully, this starts to play better with the overall, like, happiness and satisfaction of the fortress. This I'm going to need to drain. I'm sorry, what? Oh, right, yeah, because I need to drain this. I super fucking forgot about this setup. How about I smooth this? Fortify that. And put a doorway right here. Well, we just do it this way. If you want to see your follow age, you got to click on your username. You've been following since December 19th, 2022. The weaponsmith withdraws from society. Got another artifact incoming. A divine hammer. I mean, we got a divine mace already today, so halfway there. I mean, Dig Dugo's got to start somewhere, okay? Don't go investment shaming our friend here. Actually, I don't need a door there. I just need a wall. All right. An ad is about to run. When the ads run, I'm going to go use the toilet. Because I need this to drain. Let's follow the strange mood dwarf. Who is a skilled marks dwarf. Actually is focused, which is kind of impressive. He lost it all last time. Well, I don't know if that makes it okay, but at least you're satisfied. Or accepting the result. Chat, you guys can watch this dwarf go make an artifact. I will be back momentarily. Hopefully nothing terrible happens again. bark, 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 nubbity bubbity. Bark, 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 bark. It's okay because you lost on last time. I mean, hey, you found the annoy me commands. So now I've got two mist generators. I've got this one here, spraying right there, and I've got the higher up one. Hi friends, how you doing, Asari? Definitely needs, we already have a crashing mace. I think I'm actually out of crashing materials. Like I don't think I have any more. Game decided to just fully hitch. Just trying to pause it. There we go. I'm just going to queue these up while we wait for the ad stand. Oops, that's obsidian. Also, Rodolofo, thank you very much for that brand new YouTube membership. Means a lot, mate. Chat, can I get a round of beers? We just got a brand new YouTube member. Also, I think I'm gonna channel this water out. I'm also gonna go down here and cancel all this. This dwarf's just very depressed. Well, depressed dwarf, since you're depressed, there ain't much I can really do for you. I will give you a little bit of time to snap out of it, but if you don't, I'm just going to open this up, and it's not going to drown you, but it'll give you a nice big shower. Maybe they'll appreciate it on its own merits like that. I was going to say, please tell me this child's placing the gold door this child is. Oh my lord. You're moving so slowly. Come on, kiddo, you got this. Heavy ass door, correct, Ledren. How you been? And then plays in the doorway. Well, kiddo here, deadass, if you don't move, I'm just gonna turn the water on. Just let it flow. Just gonna pour in this way. And deadass, that better make you move. You just woke up and your stomach hurts? I was woken up at 7:30 a.m. sharp, which is when the the front end loader turned on its engine. Just suddenly just sound of that thing turning on and clunk, 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 clunk. It sounded like there was a tank in my front yard. Yep. I mean, the good news is I don't really need an alarm clock right now. I could just, you know, not use an alarm clock for the next couple days until they're done digging at the very least. But it's like 7:30 in the morning, man. 7:30 a.m. Thankfully, they're almost done for the day. I think they're actually putting the front end loader away for the day. Hopefully it's not going to last much longer. So now I can drain this water out, and then I need to figure out how to refill it. Took the fluff ball out. Has it killed the eggplant again recently? I mean, it is a very dog-shaped toy, so... Or dog-mouth-shaped toy, maybe? Just venting all these bodies. The good news is they're now spending a lot of time walking through this. The moods are already starting to turn around a wee bit. Just a little bit, but they are starting to turn around. What, the eggplant plushie? I mean, I think it's just a plushie store thing. Wouldn't surprise me if Japan had more plushie stores than the rest of the world, but I've definitely seen some funny plushies. Yeah, that's what we need to see. Lots of relief due to being near a waterfall. Well, let's just put a little drawbridge in here. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you could find something like that pretty easily. I just don't own pets, so... For those of you who don't know, Litteran in chat has a cute dog, and they post videos of it in Discord sometimes. And one of them was of the cute dog, like, doing its damnedest to kill a plushie that happens to be shaped like an eggplant. Notokasa, thank you very much for the 25th month. Okay, so what have you claimed so far here, Dwarf? Another crushing metal weapon is incoming. Please be like a spear or a crossbow. Notokasa, thanks for the 25th month. I hope you've been well. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Now you just need to play fetch with a peach emoji. You know? I mean, although I will say, when it comes to phallic vegetables, eggplant doesn't win, as far as I'm concerned. The winner of that medal, for me, is zucchini. And the reason zucchini wins that is because zucchini, there's just, like, nothing there. And then the next day, there's a fully formed zucchini. Like, it is, like, a 24-hour transfer cycle. Eggplants are just kind of a slow burn. They take a little bit too long to emerge. Whereas zucchini, it's like overnight, which is funny to me. That and the flowers are just as phallic. So when it comes to phallic vegetables, zucchini have, like, win, as far as I'm concerned. Also, eggplants are kind of a pain in the ass to grow. Like, I don't know. They're just a finicky, annoying thing. And they'd be like a 5-pound zucchini. Why'd she let them grow so long? You're supposed to pick them before they get that big. If you let them get that big, then they get, like, not as tasty. Lazy gardening. Tisk. Disapprove. She made a fuckload of zucchini bread. I mean, fair. That's the only thing you can do when they get like that, because they kind of become inedible at a point. No, she's more of a green gourd in the zucchini format. Zucchinis grow like you want to throw them half away. I mean, you know that you have a friend who's a gardener when you suddenly get free zucchini. Although I'm not growing zucchini this year because I don't really have anywhere to put a plant, but maybe next year. I will miss my zucchini. Like, Big Bang was talking about cookies, making cookies. I'm a big fan of making zucchini bread. In fact, I would actually say that zucchini bread might be my favorite thing to bake. So I'm going to channel through this. Channel through this. And then I'm going to slowly just, like, let lava, all of this lava out of here so we can get rid of it. Zucchini bread is very good. Very, very, very good. And I feel like a lot of people are anti-zucchini bread because they've never had it. Because for some reason, I think people think that it's going to be a very veggie-y thing. I don't think that veggie-y is a word, but... There's like a fucking pound and a half of sugar in 2 loaves of zucchini bread. Like, it's not exactly like a health food. I mean, it's green, but it's not savory, you know? Tomatoes, peppers, cabbage, onions, potatoes, corn, beans. I'm growing lettuce and tomatoes on my patio. That's it. Well, and my lemon tree, which has got leaves again on it. Actually, hold on. I can show you guys photos while we wait for them to very slowly walk down here and start digging again. Check this out, chat. This is my Meyer lemon tree. See these? These are baby leaves. These are baby leaves. Baby leaves. It got really upset when I moved because it just got all stressed out and it dropped all of its fruit and most of its leaves. Like, it has like 3 leaves on it right now. It's kind of sad. But like, it's now covered in little leaf blood. But it's very happy. Because I wanted to repot it this year, but yeah, that ain't happening. Unrelated to anything, I also made this work on this computer. So if you guys want to see a webcam that is like maybe 160p, I have that. It's on the floor right now. It's not plugged in, but I've grown Brussels sprouts, yeah. I try to avoid things that are in the cabbage family unless I have a bigger garden. So Tark, like kale, cabbage, every like cauliflower, broccoli, all that. Unless I have a bigger garden, because we have a very prolific population of cabbage moths where I live. So one of 2 things will happen. If you have a nice big garden and like plenty of wasps and things that'll eat them, then you just have a minor wasp infestation. If you if you don't have that, then you just have a massive caterpillar infestation. And yeah, I don't have space right now. Maybe when I actually have like a garden again. I was reading the other day that somebody who lives close to me here leased an acre of land to farm close to here. And I was looking at the pricing of it. I didn't do it. Mostly because most of that land is owned by seniors and not actually being utilized. So it's like, not expensive. But that would be like oh, now I'm getting into business as a farmer and no longer a streamer. And so that would be difficult. It's also like far enough away that like it would have to be like a job. But yeah, no, when I've had gardens in the past, I've grown Brussels sprouts. I really like Brussels sprouts. Brussels sprouts are tasty. What? Oh, shit. Gotta cave in. Also just realizing that I'm fucking this up. You dead? Doesn't look like it. Whew, that could have gone bad. Thank you, Emily. Even though all you've really seen is the basement of it. But glad you like the fort, or at least what you've seen of it so far. You like the jet blocks? Yeah, it's mostly jet. Large portion of it is jet anyway. Especially the engines. Okay, where's that strange mood? It's Rakust. You got 5 avocados that somehow managed to survive the winters as seeds, and you're hoping that the tree parts also survive the winter. I've got 2 Japanese maples that I acquired from, that self-seeded, that I acquired from my old building. I didn't like where I lived, especially towards the end, but I really like the Japanese maple that they had in the courtyard of that building. And so I have 2 Japanese maples that are about that big, and about maybe 1 millimeter across for their, maybe 2 millimeters across for their stems. I'm trying to bonsai them. Doing a lava moat. No. No, I'm not doing a moat of lava. I did a moat of water, and that's it. And in fact, I drained it of water because having a moat in general is a terrible idea. That was what I said in the sentence. Edran. So, minds think alike, yes? I mean, if I don't bonsai them, they will get gigantic. So, like, those were big fucking trees back at the old building. Tree pot on the patio is fine. I wouldn't really have a tree. I wouldn't have a patio left. If I let them get as big as they could get. I love all of this soap down here because this is where all the dwarves have been showering since you know, chaos ensued. It's actually really funny. Well, I've had them for 2, and they're about 6 inches tall, so quite a long time. But I don't really want them to be gigantic. And I don't want to have to get rid of them, because if I let them get gigantic, I'd probably have to get rid of them eventually. Because I do live in an apartment building, and I have to, like, keep my patio reasonable, right? So for everybody who missed all of the chaos earlier today, we did kind of have like a legitimate were creature outbreak for a minute there today. To the point where I straight up had to set up a firing squad in front of my hospital. It was pretty brutal, actually. But we've had some excitement today. Speaking of that, I should probably drain the lava passage because that is kind of full of armor. Down here. I don't really have a way of draining this just yet. Which means I should probably make a way to drain this. That'll do. Just pump it from there into here. That'll do. That'll do. Because all of this needs to get smelted. You usually miss a lot. You have a hard time remembering to peek in after work for chill dwarf moods. Fair enough. As in, like, you miss a lot in the fort? Or you miss a lot in your own forts? Because, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't think this should be that high of a priority in your day. For whatever that's worth. They're so freaking sticky. You've never messed with dates before? Dude, dates are so sticky. Just like real life, you know what I'm saying? But no, I really like dates and oatmeal. That's like my go-to thing to do with dates. A vile parlay of darkness is forcing to seek a blah-bitty-blah. Grumble. Well, I shall prep and burn them again. Wink indeed. You miss a lot in the fort. You've kind of stopped trying to ruin the fort runs by watching the stream. Watching the stream gets your dwarf fix, really? Yeah, I do sometimes wonder about that. Like, I feel like there's probably almost a majority of people who watch this stream who just watch it for the entertainment value and don't actually play the game anymore. I know it's like not a small number of people who watch this stuff who feel that way. What are you grabbing, Dwarf? Goblins are indeed going into some sort of bath time. Actually, I don't need to close that. Just closing
now that
this.
The Switch 2 has a mouse and keyboard support. Do you think there is any chance DF is released for it?
0.
Even if it is years ahead.
0. Absolutely 0. I think there's some world where somebody puts, like, I don't know, Steam in-house streaming on a hacked Switch and plays Dwarf Fortress on that. But no, 0. Folk, thank you very much for the 12th month. Appreciate you. Basically, like, the only platforms that it makes any logical sense to port Dwarf Fortress to are platforms that will continue to be around for the remainder of Dwarf Fortress's existence. The reason it didn't get ported to Apple is because Apple is like an evil ex-girlfriend when it comes to being wishy-washy about whether or not compatibility is continuing. Because they are constantly changing shit and charging developers for the privilege of it, basically. Nintendo isn't as bad, but they're not much better. I mean, one, the game would have to run on a Switch, which is a pretty low-powered system, even the Switch 2. And, you know, nobody really talks about this, but Microsoft Xbox, PlayStation have both had mouse support for like the last 2 generations. So you could theoretically do that for quite some time. It's just nobody does. And the Switch 2 will be around for another 10 years, probably. I'm being generous, 8. And then it'll be the Switch 3. Or whatever they make after that. There's no real logical reason for them to port to a system that's just going to cease existing and stop being supported at some point. I mean, that's something a fan would do. Like I said, again, you'd be better off just putting like Steam local streaming on a PS3 and then like, cause there are Linux builds for PS3. So like install Linux on a PS3, install Steam streaming somehow or Moonlight or something and then stream it locally. But that's about the closest you'll ever get. I don't think it's worth them wasting all their time to port it to Switch. Meanwhile, Brian Burton in the YouTube chat says, can confirm I used a mouse and keyboard on PlayStation 3 for War Thunder. There you go. Living proof. Yeah, I mean, it's not even a matter of, like, can it run Dwarf Fortress? Lots of things could run Dwarf Fortress. It's just, it would require such heavy code rewrites. It's like, it's... I guess this kind of comes back to, you know, the Dwarf Fortress doesn't run on Unity. It's not an engine that you can just export as a different file, you know? Also, chat, can I get a round of beers? Huntress Zildi posted one, but could I get another round of beers for that 12th month Prime sub? Please and thank you. Keep some of those meals going. Most of them I'm going to get rid of, though. The collector's edition of repack of Doom Tomb 2 that could run Doom on the package. That's really funny. Was it just like a Raspberry Pi or something? You want to mine Slade for a boulder trap as a challenge? There's ways to do that. Dwarf Fortress Wiki probably has details. I don't really care about spoilers. If you're watching my stream, you're kind of beyond that. Because it's kind of impossible to not spoil things in Dwarf Fortress, as far as I'm concerned. Also, just saying the word Slade doesn't really spoil anything. Yeah, literally the stream is titled Breaching Hell, or Working Towards Breaching Hell if the sky would stop falling. It's almost like the game doesn't want me to do it. Coward. I think the proper term, letter N, is toboggan. Please. I mean, if you've read Lord of the Rings, you already get the gist of the big spoilers for Dwarf Fort. That's all. Like, I don't know. I never fully understood the Dwarf Fortress's vehement anti-spoiler community. Like, I've been part of the community through that era, and I don't really get it. Like, to a degree, I sort of get it, but, like, especially in the older versions, I always found it kind of funny because, like, the big spoiler was literally in the intro movie. Like, it's like, wait, did none of you watch the intro? Like, all of the information the player needs to know how to find the underworld was in the old intro movie. Yeah, fair. I guess. Old habits die hard. Oh, no, I mean, at this point, I just think people do it as, like, a meme, Rob. But, like, I'm more referring to just, like, Emily.lgbt in the YouTube chat. Or in the Twitch chat here, stating, not sure if this is a spoiler. It's like, say the spoiler thing, but like say it ironically, you know? Like if you hear me saying clowns, I'm not being serious about trying to not spoil things. I'm just being a dork. Like it's got nothing to do with me being cautious about spoiling things. For a second, you thought I was referring to the Fellowship. Were you there, Salty? This may have been before you watched my stream. There was a period of time where people were just streaming full-length movies in the Artifact directory on Twitch. And there was a good chunk of time there where there was somebody, like, almost every day streaming in the Dwarf Fortress directory, the Fellowship of the Ring, with the title Dwarf Fortress Cutscenes. And the first time I saw that, I laughed so fucking hard. I started crying. It was just like the Mines of Moria sequence on repeat, basically. It's like, you know, don't like illegally stream things, but like that's really funny. A gremlin? Away at drive! Hold on. Just gotta finish what I'm doing. Wouldn't it be fun if we caught a gremlin today? That'd be fun. Okay, where's this gremlin? Uh-oh. There's a military dwarf right there. Run away, Grammy. Go pull the lever. It's right there. It's got your name on it. Oh my god, I never linked it up. I'm so fucking stupid. Well, that explains why it's not working. I mean, it could pull it, but it wouldn't do anything. Meanwhile, the weaponsmith has created Knallbot, an enormous crushing metal corkscrew. Yes, I did get the tree blocking the trap. All right, chat, place your bets. How much is this corkscrew worth? About tree fitty? Mm-hmm. It's worth 87,000 Dwarf bucks. This is an enormous crashing metal corkscrew. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with radiant cut turquoise and decorated with hemp and elephant leather. On the item, this object menaces with spikes of turquoise. On the item is an image of a crescent moon in crashing metal. On the item is an image of orange prowls, the pigtail, orange prowls, the pigtail head scarf in grizzly bear leather. On the item is an image of pulley inks, the constructive dyes, the long dark metal crossbow and hemp. On the item is an image of shining suns in obsidian, a black sun. It's 87,000. Here they go. Right. You know, this would actually be way quicker to do if I did this the other way, but I'm kind of committing to it, so... The frame rate is so bad right now because of that siege on the surface. I basically have to fight it this way. Unless I want to try fighting it manually, which would be... Sidebar. I've got an idea. I'm not going to fight it manually. But I can make somebody else fight it. I can make somebody else fight it. Why don't we just make somebody else fight it? You know, I saw, like, the guy who's in all of the Long Dark video devlogs, because he lives in my city. Well, actually, he lives in the next city over, but I saw him downtown not too long ago. Just from a distance, I was like, oh, shit, I know that guy. Or rather, shit, I recognize that guy. There are like 300 of them, just make like 900 bolts. It's not quite that easy because they all have to kill with their first shot. I just want to soften them up a bunch. I love how I just have a worm in a cage. Okay, well, it's a hazel cage. You love the Long Dark? That's Canada Simulator. 482 hours in it. Yeah. Like I said, it's Canada Simulator. I got more hours than that in real world Canada, so. Not trying to brag or anything, but real Canada is almost as compelling. Maybe more. It was a corkscrew, yes. I've gotten artifact adamantine corkscrews before, and I was a little bit miffed. It's part of your seasonal game rotation? Yeah. You don't live in Canada, which is why you don't think that clearly. Because I've survived in the wilderness in the winter before. I've never made maple syrup. From your walk, hit an hour and 30 minutes today. How many steps? Cookies and zucchini bread made you want to quit. What? The cookies and zucchini bread or the walk? I mean, how are you... If you quit the walk, you still have to walk back. I mean, the amount of, like, maple sap you need to make, like, a quart of maple syrup is ridiculous. Like, it's not a very good, like, quantity to quantity ratio there. You have to, like, boil it down to 1/100th, like, several times over. Oh, man. My Cursed Dwarf Fortress video is getting a pile of views all of a sudden. Well, maybe not a pile, but it's getting a bunch. More than it normally does. Normally gets about 40 views an hour. It's currently getting 70. What's going on? It's fallen back into some semblance of popularities, it seems. A 1-to-100 ratio? I was just making numbers up, so... It's like 20 gallon to a quart? Sure. Those sound like numbers. Basically, you need like a forest to make an even remotely decent amount. There's honey made from maple flowers. Okay, I have a question. Do maple trees have flowers? I realize this might be a dumb question, but like... I've lived around maple trees my entire life. I don't think I've ever seen a flower on a maple tree. Sure, but they don't really have flowers. I have no fucking clue. I don't know. Honey's sweet enough already. I don't need a sweeter honey. 1-to-40 ratio. Okay, well, we were just... I guess it depends on how good you are at making honey, right? That would just be... That'd be some really condensed honey then, I guess. Oh, I need to go look up a maple tree flower because I like grew up around maple trees. I don't believe I've ever noticed a maple flower. Okay, yeah, no, they do have flowers. They're just very, 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 very dull, small things. Fair enough. Hey, I mean, I don't know. Just because I'm from Canada doesn't mean I know everything about maple trees. I did grow up around them, but... Yeah, very small and green. I guess, like, you just wouldn't notice them unless you were specifically looking for them. I have a 2-minute tutorial on how to make a mist generator, if you want to know how to make them. I would just follow that. Strug, but this is a very bad one. For those of you who can't tell, the game is currently at like 19 frames a second because of this siege. That's not how all flowers work. There are male and female flowers. Maples flower in late winter, early spring, and most species after the appearance of leaves, but before the leaf is out. Alright, fair enough. I'm like, looking at pictures of them, I just probably would have presumed they were leaf buds. Because that's kind of what they look like. I am in Western Canada, which is super expensive as well. Most of the Western world is super expensive. So Tark. Like, you can just presume if somebody says they live in Canada, they either live in Vancouver, Ontario, somewhere in Ontario, probably Toronto. They either live in Calgary, like Toronto, or I don't know. That's kind of where most of our population is. So, like, if they live in either of those locations, it's expensive. It's like Eastern Canada is expensive, Western Canada is expensive. Unless you live in tiny little middle of nowhere town with nothing in it. And even then, it's probably still expensive because digital nomads. Unless I move to Swift Current. Shit's expensive, and there ain't no fucking way in hell I'm moving to Swift Current. I just say Swift Current because I know somebody who moved to Swift Current, and his cost per acre when he bought property was the same as my cost per square foot. So... Although there is literally nothing there. Do you love Ontario? Never been. One day. Have I seen the Canada Provinces song? No. Have you seen our national anthem? Canada is really big. Lazy man? All right. Now that that's constructed. Did that even do its thing? There we go. Oh, duh. I mean, if you want to learn everything about male and female flowers, just grow a zucchini plant, because then you'll get to see the very, very, very obvious difference between a male flower and a female flower. And they output both of them, and only one of them makes a zucchini. But you need both, and if you don't get both, you're just kind of SOL, and you don't get any zucchini. Then you grab one and you jam it into the other, and the next day you have a zucchini. It's kind of beautiful, actually. It depends on your, like... It depends on what you're used to. Canada's expensive if you're not used to the level of cost living in Canada is. Like, if you're, I don't know, if you live in Moldova, you'd probably faint if you heard how much my living costs are, and you'd be like, why don't you move here? And it's like, well, because I get to live here. That's why. I don't know, living costs are like a really strange discussion for me because, like, is it expensive to live here? Yeah, sure. Is it expensive everywhere here? No, fuck no. You can absolutely get, like, affordable living. Just don't live in the absolute amounts downtown. You know? Not really. It's the bees are being lazy. Let her in. Or it rained, and so the bees are being lazy. The Forgotten Beast Homo lodrosmo udmas has come, an enormous eyeless tick. It has 4 broad horns and a bloated body. Its slate gray exoskeleton is wrinkled. Beware its poison vapor. This one probably can't get in. but watch me be wrong. Emily wants to be the Colossus. Well, hold on. I have to go into it from this screen. Emily dislikes helping others, only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, is grateful when others help it out, and tries to return favors. Could be considered rude. It has a tendency to go it alone without considering advice of others. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing its mind, and is slow to anger, is stubborn, and often acts with compassion. It tends to not reveal personal information. And that's it. It's wielding a hood. You're welcome. Sounds like Ilmir and Head Point's burning a hole in their pocket. This is one of the happiest dwarves I have. They're a Grandmaster Marks dwarf. Well, this version of you is about to die, so you don't have to worry about it continuing. The trees here gave off huge amounts of pollen for a moment, and then I almost died of allergies, and then thankfully it went away. Then Emily will be a statue. I'll have to remember to rename it Emily. Well, I mean, it's probably kind compared to other Colossuses, which means it kills you with a hood instead of with its fist. I mean, the Iron Giant was kind, right? I mean, depending on where you are in Korea and or Japan, you might be closer than I am to my parents right now, and I consider that to be a close distance, so. When pollen season hits, everything turns yellow. Yeah, that happened here, but it only lasts for about, like, a week. It lasts until it rains, and then it goes away. All right, are you all hooked up? Not quite. And then you get sent to South Carolina for work and go right where their pollen hits and then visit family in Minnesota, and that pollen hits seems to happen every year. Hey, if you don't change your schedule, I'm sure that climate change will change it so that it happens earlier and earlier and earlier every year, or at a slightly different times of the year, and ideally you'll start to miss it eventually. What's up? My ceiling, hopefully. How's the mega project going? Laggy. Things keep trying to kill me. So, could be better, but not the worst. Do I live in a winter or a summer rain climate? I live in the west coast of Canada. I live in the rain climate. Where I live now, it's actually pretty dry. Like, it doesn't rain that much, and it never rains for very long. Where I used to, where I lived previously, we had 2 seasons. We had summer and rain. It would start raining about October, and it wouldn't stop raining until mid-June. And then it would rain in the summer too, most of the time. Here it's like, I don't know, 20 degrees Celsius outside and cool and kind of cloudy today. Yesterday it was sunny and like 22. It was nice. Because, you know, I kind of moved here intentionally where it's nice weather all the time. People here complain it doesn't rain enough. And I'm like, y'all are psychotic or you drive cars. One of the two. Because, like, there's nothing worse than, like, being trapped in a place where it just rains all the time and you don't drive and have to go get groceries. Carrying an umbrella with groceries gets old after a while. Only 26 Celsius? That's hotter than the hottest day I've had so far. That sucks. Called You saw Stranglers? Holy shit. So true story. I've known about Stranglers as long as I've played Dwarf Fortress, or for it feels like forever. I've never seen a Strangler. Not once. I've settled in biomes that are supposed to have Stranglers many times. Never seen a Strangler. That's like, you practically found a fucking cryptid. Like, they are rarer than actual, like, Sasquatches in Dwarf Fort. Stranglers are so rare. They're just little duders with 4 arms. Grumble. Forgotten Beast named Seneni Garatha Witty has come. A towering lobster composed of fire. It has a curling trunk and it undulates rhythmically. We only need to hit it with 1 bolt. Ooh. Okay, so currently it's locked up. But, like... Let me just double check that it's locked up. Yeah, currently it's locked up. I'm going to release it after I release this guy. Actually, let's hook this guy up. Get this done. Being linked. And then I'll release that guy. The Forgotten Beast. Then I will pull the lever and release the beast. Or the Bronze Colossus. You guess they migrate? I mean, they're like any other wild creature. They come and go periodically. But they're just extremely rare because they only appear in moist tropical broadleaf forests. This dwarf immediately fell asleep after finishing their task. Well, good for you, dwarf. Okay, the front door is now closed. Oh. It's kind of on fire down here. Kinda. Well, let's go here, pull this, pull that, pull that, pull that. And now I gotta wait for Smads to end. Lurk where you want to lurk. I'll be here. Your next goal is to find a terrifying ocean and get under... Try to get under whales. I've seen whales. I've never seen an undead whale. I had a map once that had killer whales and sharks. It was mako sharks and killer whales. But those are even harder to find. Are you just like doing tons and tons and tons and tons of embarks, basically? Because I feel like that's like the only way to do it, is just do like dozens of embarks. I once, on a day off stream, I generated like 30 worlds and I managed to find undead walruses, which was pretty cool. Yeah, for years worth of food. I think the only issue with the whole giant sperm whale thing is they're not, like, yeah, they're bigger, but they're not that much bigger than a lot of Forgotten Beasts. Okay. Now unpause this. We're gonna let that Forgotten Flamer out. Which is currently putting all of the... It's a funny looking thing. Currently, like, removing all of the water by walking through it. I love it when fire-made beasts do this. They just, like, you know... They just walk through the water because fuck it. All right, Bernie. Cinders. Go deal with this siege for me, please. Oh, first you're gonna go kill this poor crocodile. Poor crocodile didn't even know it hit it. Ugh. It got blood on it, which put out a bunch of the fire. It killed a dwarf. It killed a hand of Nomol named Unib, and then it killed a cave crocodile here. Like, it should be able to access this. I could also just release this. You know what? Let's just release this guy. And then we'll see where the burner is. We'll just keep the beast on the back burner for now. Yeah, I mean, I don't. The only reason I don't have the new colored sprites is I haven't generated a new world yet. Okay, let's hope this doesn't backfire. Yeah, behave yourself, Emily. Wish us luck, chat. I need a round of something. Vile Force of Darkness for good luck. Because this is going to do a Falcon Punch on an enemy siege. You're about to BRB, but you have to watch this. Well, starts knocking this goblin around. Bolts begin flying. What are they shooting? Actually, what are their weapons made of? Copper? Ooh, what are you made of? Silver? Silver may be able to damage it. Copper arrows and bolts certainly won't. Yeah, copper won't be a threat to it. The attacks are all glancing away, and it's kicking a beak dog in the right foot, and the injured part is smashed into the body in an unrecognizable mass. So, how many has it killed so far? Well, by the way, it has a couple kills already. Killed a bunch of my dwarves already. That was a while ago, though. It's killed 2 humans, a beak dog, and a goblin so far. It is lying down. Seems like they managed to break it a bit. Like, quite a bit. Hasn't killed any more of them. It is now a statue. Statue of the giant grasshopper, which is the form of this beast. It was whelming. Meanwhile, in the basement, this forgotten beast is very uninterested. You got a BRB now? I mean, hey, sometimes you got a BRB now. Question is, what are they going to do now? I think I'm gonna station all my mark dwarves up here. Let's see what they do. Because they may just hang out there. Elevator to the surface. I'm not gonna dig into either of those holes. I mean, I could teleport it, but that's cheating. So no, I'm not gonna go out of my way to make this happen. I'll just go kill it. If anything, I think what I'm actually gonna do is just deconstruct this, or not deconstruct, cancel this whole project basically. Because if there's already a stairway to the surface, if it doesn't want to walk to the surface, I'm not going to force it. That's not the priority here. The priority is keep the dwarves alive. So I'm going to redirect to my other project, which is this. Oh, Jesus. Since it would get plinked by a copper bolt and burst? No, totally. I mean, I can just kill it too. Like, that thing is not a concern to me. Yeah, also that. Tomorrow, Tarn comes on stream, which will be exciting. Looking forward to it. Scott here, who died? Yes. Uh, 10 a.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. GMT, 1 p.m. Eastern. That's the time that Tarn prefers. So we go by what Tarn would like. I could tempt them. That's like 3 a.m. Korean time. Yeah, it's never gonna be work. It's never gonna work perfectly for everybody. We used to do them at like 2 p.m. Pacific time, and Tarn, because that's the time that Tarn wanted, and we were never really able to accommodate everybody in Europe. So now it's better for people in Europe, but it's worse for everybody else. So there kind of is no way to do it perfectly. But it won't go up the same day. It'll go up the following day. I mean, unless they just watch the VOD, in which case, yeah, then they'll be able to watch it. But otherwise, I won't be putting it back up. I won't be editing it and uploading it the same day. Because rendering takes time, editing takes time. I do live on a rock. The third rock from the sun, to be specific. You put one question, good for you. I may or may not ask it. It's never a guarantee that they get asked, but... such frame rate. Slow. Generally, I don't ask those types of questions later on. Especially when it boils down to, like, look at the roadmap. I usually don't ask those. Mostly because they've all been asked before. Like, I was talking about this the other day, but, like, it's the classic... Everybody thinks that their idea is original and the first time it's been asked, but it's never the case. It's not even, like, me throwing shade at people's questions. All questions are legitimate, but, like, if I've asked it on my things before, I'm certainly not going to ask it. And most suggestions boil down to stuff that have been asked before. Let me tell you this. Canada is very different from the US. For one thing, it's not legal to conceal carry a gun. Culture in Canada is very different. If you were to ask somebody, like, is the atmosphere and the vibe and the scenery of Seattle similar to Vancouver? Sure. It's a very different country. And you are well aware of whether or not that is a lame or thorny subject. Use your brain before you ask questions like that. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. And Attis is dead. What is this? Rylracus, the winged phantom. Which is a large quadruped composed of ash. It squirms and fidgets, and it has wings. And 2 dwarves are dead. And then some run. You know... Oh, great, did you change your username? I feel like I should recognize you, but I don't. There is being honest about what spaces are like, Earl Grey. And then there's just being a dick. Do you have to be that guy, Earl Grey? Why are you doing this? What's your goal? Exactly. Canada and the US culturally are extremely fucking different. Period. It's weird that this demon's just walking away from that dwarf. Got a Mark's dwarf. Shooting bolts. Managed to get us shot off. And have some respect. Earl Grey. Splat, splat. Comes a recruit who's just going to go splat, probably. Oh, never mind. They actually managed to kill it. No, they didn't. Never mind. Looked like it for a second there. Another Mark's dwarf shooting bolts. Missing most. That other dwarf just goes, fuck this shit, and runs away again. You run in and die, you run in and die. And finally, they're able to take it out. Chat room. I have a lot of prep for tomorrow. I'm going to go prep for tomorrow. I will solve this tomorrow after the interview. Next time on SKULLPONDERS.